YouTube. Hello, everyone. Welcome, the whole world. Welcome. Hello. It's Thursday. I'll try and say that without spitting up slightly. Hello, it's Thursday. You're in a feisty mood today, almost. So that put me off my. No, they can see. You put me off my stroke there, almost. Thanks for that. Just move on. Top 5 cheers, no data available. Oh wow, I am so not ready for this. I haven't even said what date it is, have I? You know, when the countdown thing was doing its thing just then, I thought, you know what? I think I might be ready. This might be a flawless beginning to the stream. There we go. Welcome everyone. Hello, how are you? It's Tuesday. No, it's not. It's not Tuesday. It's Thursday, the 4th of June, 2026. I could have said that more convincingly. Hello. I hope you are all extremely well today. It's another mediocre day in London. Yeah, it's June, it's cold, it's wet. Yeah, it's a bit on the chilly side out there. I really do have to try and finish the stream at 2 today. I've been doing these, as you know, I've been doing these late streams, and I haven't been going for my walks, and I can feel my legs starting to atrophy again. So I will be trying as best I can to finish today at 2 o'clock. So I will be aiming towards that goal because I need exercise. That was more of an internal note to myself, but by saying it out loud, it becomes more of a thing. My Fash T-shirt. Oh, it's not quite. It's not got the Stormfront sigil on it. It is at least in context. I was very excited this morning. There was an update for Crusader Kings. I thought, ooh, but it's a stability update. So, but yes. By the way, anyone who is still wondering when. Reg, I just love it. If anyone is thinking when is he going to play Crusader Kings 3, when the new DLC is out, I will be on that the very first day that comes out. I will be on that. So don't worry, I have not forgotten about Crusader Kings 3, but we're Kerbal Space Program at the moment. Oh yeah, this isn't relevant to anything, but while I was performing my morning ablutions this morning, which is a English way of saying having a big shit, hope you're enjoying your breakfast, I was reading that Amazon are delighted at the success of IO Interactive's James Bond game First Light, which I would have bought by now if I had a job, but I don't, so I haven't. Honestly, I'm looking forward to playing it. I've nearly bought it a few times in moments of weakness. It'll be on offer in a couple of months. If it was more sandboxy, I probably would have sprung the 60 quid on it if it had been. But as I say, I'm sure they'll add this. Actually, given this news, I'm not sure of anything. So anyway, yeah, I was reading that Amazon are really happy that the James Bond game, they didn't even. I think I'm right in saying they didn't even initiate it. They've just inherited the James Bond game from whoever they bought it off, because the Amazon Bond deal didn't happen until a couple of years ago, if not more recent than that, because the Broccolis MGM and the Broccolis just gave up and just went, fine, you do it. Give us $1 billion, give us $1 billion, and then you can do it. Anyway, Amazon have announced that they're delighted, and they have greenlit various sequels, but have said they will probably. So obviously read that as definitely be making those in-house without IO Interactive, in much the same way that Peppa Pig is now being made in-house, i.e. In Malaysia. Oh, Dead by Daylight. Oh, no. Anyway, IO Interactive, who worked on that game for years and years and years, have basically just been told by a press release that their services will not be required for the sequel. I thought, oh, welcome to the party, pal. Just yet again, yet another example of artists making a lot of money for the executive class and executive class making the artists redundant. Starting on a well-worn theme for today, but as I was excreting waste products from my body, I read that and just thought, well, I'll tell you what I thought. I just thought... So, yeah, sorry about that. Anyone who's working really, really hard to meet the deadlines and expectations of their corporate overlords, never forget they will dispose of you at the earliest and cheapest opportunity. And then you'll be doing this. Anyway, welcome one and all. Dead by Daylight. Yeah, look, what it is about Dead by Daylight, I'm doing it again. I can't stop doing the bloody Elon Musk, Peter Thiel marketplace of ideas hand gesture. God, except they're forcing themselves to do it. This is just what to do this. This is quite nice. I quite like this. Genuinely feel 20 to 30% more pious just doing this. Oh, almost, Matt. I spent 4 hours recreating an AI-generated mock-up the other day. The customer's come back with a new design. So what I'm hearing from my employed friends, this is what's happening. Again, for some reason, John McClane, after chucking the corpse of that German guy onto Sergeant Al Powell's car, I've just got John McClane going, "Welcome to the party, pal!" Just on a loop every time someone tells me something like this. Yeah, as I say, our mutual friend who works in set design, rather than being asked to build sets based on A, his imagination, and B, his knowledge of physics and architecture and budgeting and, knowing how to deliver decades of experience delivering things that were wanted, he's now getting AI mock-ups and just saying, make this. And then when he says unhelpful things like, but the ceiling will fall down, being told he's being unhelpful. Good. Well, it's good. What it is, the people with the most money in this world are clearly, I mean, obviously, why would they have all this money if they weren't the cleverest people in the world? So good luck to them. Right, weird start. Just sort of old man yells at cloud. Don't say anything about cloud computing, Eddie. It won't work. So I probably better get on with KSP, especially since... Oh, I'm also still reading Michael Crichton's Sphere. I'm going to finish it, but I would say I'm fascinated to see that it was made into a early 90s film that I have literally never heard of. I don't think anyone else has. I'm not really enjoying it, but I'm going to carry on listening to it all the way to the end. It's one of those sort of Da Vinci Code books where at the end of every chapter he's lobbing in another cliffhanger, and I roll my eyes. I'm like, oh, right. Oh, and then the box opened. End of chapter. Like, all right, okay. All right, fine. What was in the box? Tell me what was in the box. And it's that story structure. I'm Michael Crichton. I've been on a bit of a binge with him. What I was reading about him. What I quite like about Michael Crichton is that he wrote all of his books with the goal that they would be adapted to films. Like, he didn't write books for the sake of literature. He wrote books hoping that someone with a lot of money would offer him a large amount of money to turn it into a film. So all of his books, and I'm really not saying this to disparage him, because gotta hand it to him, but all of his books are written with as they're trashy in a way that Peter King, in a way that Peter King, brother of Stephen, in the way that Stephen King's very good at having his foot in both the trashy camp and also some moments of genuine prose brilliance. He said fantastically prosily. Stephen King can transcend the trash and the high art sort of effortlessly, whereas Michael Crichton, you know, is if the trash has got if the trash is filled with with $1 bills, he's up for it. So yeah, all of his books read like screenplays, which is good if you're like me and you don't have much of a visual imagination. I've just cast Tom Hanks in it. I don't even know who's in the film, but in the book I'm listening to, I've just got Tom Hanks and Bill Paxton having arguments. It's a very watchable film and an adequate book. So that's what's going on in my creative world. Also, I was up till 2:30 last night playing Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, which is what I'm basically doing in my time off when I'm not playing Kerbal Space Program. So there we go. We now know each other. Now we know each other. Yeah. Sorry, I keep coming back to that IO interactive thing. It's just it's so now. Oh right, yeah. Right, let's start playing Kerbal Space Program, shall we? Woo! Here we go. Are you ready for this? Are you ready? You better be ready. Let's go. Yes, and I meant to do that. I haven't done any zhuzh, by the way. That's still mediocre. Okay, let's have a look. So we've only got one mission left. So we have 3 active missions, 2 of which we completed yesterday. The first active mission was to deliver our giant moon rover to the moon, which we did. It was delivered. Bill took it out for a spin, found, I would say rather pickily, found some basic design problems with it, namely that it doesn't steer, and he's managed to flip it. I don't know why I'm describing it to you. I can just literally show you what happened to our missions. So we had the mission to get Bastard Bacon and Titop. To get Bastard Bacon and Titop returned back to Kerbin. And we built a plane. I won't call it a space. Yeah, this is what happened. Oh, Bill. What have I done? What have I done to my rover? Bill, mate. Bill.
I've always just loved to kill. I really enjoyed it.
Bill,
but then I got
not
famous
kill.
and just too hard for me. I mean, so many witnesses. I mean, everybody recognized me. I couldn't even lurk anymore.
Couldn't even lurk.
But here, who's that lurking over there? Isn't that Merv Griffin?
If I'd actually pre-planned this,
really worked out.
the lurking animation should have been Merv Griffin saying, I can't even lurk anymore. Maybe if you unlurk... Oh, I'm not going to do that, am I? I'm not going to do that. Anyway, Bill. They were dripping poison into your ears, Bill. Yeah, Bill has... So, not quite appreciating the amount of effort it took to deliver this fucking thing to the surface, which was a lot. He's gone and rolled it. I don't even know where to begin with fixing this. Do we deliver some sort of battering ram? I don't know. I'm just going to let him stand there and look at what he's done. Hello, Marv2905. Very lovely to see you. I hope you are doing well. Welcome to the channel. So yeah, he's just going to have to stand there until I work out what the hell we're going to do about that. He can stand there and think about what he's done for the next few years, because we are on our way to Ike, the moon of Duna. Oh, yesterday, while playing Zelda, not Tears of the Kingdom. Oh no, it's called Tears of the Kingdom. While playing Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, I had an old BBC 4 documentary about the Voyager space probes on. Isn't it? Hey! Isn't it a shame that the BBC don't make documentaries anymore? That every single documentary on iPlayer was made 15 years ago when it had money. Thank you very much for the follow, Marv. Thank you very, very much. Massively appreciated. And welcome. Cheers. 250 sub goal. Yeah, good luck with that. I mean, yeah, let's go for the 250 sub goal. I only need what's that? There we go. Just more than 10 times the amount of current. I just need to be more than 10 times more accessible and popular than I currently am. How hard could it be? Thank you very, very much, Marv. Anyway. Oh yeah, the paper. Hang on. The paper. Oh, I know what the paper aeroplane probe is. That's the shuttle going up, isn't it? I like Ike 3. Here we go. It literally just said 250 out of 250 sub goal met. I don't know what that. Oh no, hang on. Oh no, 250 followers. 250 followers. Oh, 250. Congratulations, Marv2905. You are my 250th follower. Congratulations. Good. This is me trying my hardest to pretend that followers and subs are the same thing. Really good. Thank you very, very much. Massively appreciated that. Oh, 250,000 followers. Excellent. Thank you. There we go. I thought I had 250 subs, but no, that's brilliant. Thank you very, very much. It's the new goal 500. Come on, we can get there. We can get there. Brilliant. Good. I like Ike. We're off to Ike. Yes, we are. Oh, yeah, but I did a really impressive bit of orbital calculation, if I may say so. Not Dres. No one's going to Dres. A really impressive bit of impressive piece of physics going on. Shall we just fast forward to this? Let's. I'll just do it. Let's go to Ike, shall we? Let's speed through time now. Let's leave Bill sat at his folly. Let's fast forward. So. I like Ike 3. Let's fly the I like Ike 3. So let's see who's on I like Ike and let's land on Ike. What I'm thinking is once we've landed on Ike and we've got all of our delicious science, then we can get ourselves some. We can start building a proper space plane. Okay. So on the I like Ike spaceship, we've got the noobs, Shelbury Kerman, Aloli Kerman, Bonnie Kerman, and if you do wish to rename any of these Kermans, please do just pay 5,000 channel points and you can. And Parfoot Kerman, 4 newbie scientists. Wow, I didn't put a pilot on there. That's an interesting decision. Why did I not pack a pilot along? Okay, they're there without that. So it's 4 newbies in a computer-controlled can, putting all their faith in the autopilot. Okay, bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for them. They are on their way to Ike. Do we have a sphere of influence change? Yes, we do. So let's follow their journey. Here they go. So they are going to intercept. Here we go. So they're on their way to Juna. There's Kerbin getting further away. Here is the planet Juna. So we can see here. Here it comes. We can see here that they are leisurely over 400 days. So nice and slowly, they are easing their way into orbit of Juna. 410-ish days are going to pass since the start of this stream. So what I'm hoping is that those scientists who are currently working at Membry Services in orbit of the moon, when the Ike lot get back, they should have a load of science ready to transmit back to Kerbin as well. So at the end of this mission, I'm anticipating a real science, don't say fuckfest, a real science fuckfest at the end of this mission, and we'll be able to do a lot more upgrading, which is very exciting. Anyway, we have reached our apoapsis around the sun and are now heading back in on our orbit, but on our way in we are going to cross paths with the Juna system, and here it comes. Here comes the sphere of influence change now. This mission has been in space for 380 days and counting. Like I say, it's going to be in the 400s by the time we get there, and indeed now. Here we go. All right. And so after 419 days, the spaceship I Like Ike, carrying 4 inexperienced newbie scientists and 2 satellites, enters once again the Juna system. We have, of course, landed on Juna before. I think that was Valentina Kerman, that one, wasn't it? Valentina has walked upon the surface of Juna and left. Didn't do anything of particular worth, but you know, what have you done of your life? So we are sorry for the slight aggression there. He's thrown a kettle over a pub. What have you ever done? So here we are. So we are coming into the Juna system now. Juna, as you can see here, is orbited by Ike, and we are due without any Oh, I see. Sorry, yes. Yeah, and we are due to fly by Ike. Oh. Actually, we're due to hit Ike. We're on a collision course. I've just realised we are on a collision course with Ike. I thought we were due for a really tight orbit. Turns out slightly tighter than I was expecting. We're actually on a course to impact with Ike right here. That has put the cat amongst the pigeons. Okay, let's... Well, we're going to have to adjust that course no matter what. So I have to adjust that course. So I was about to boast about how clever I've been. Because the idea is that we go by Ike, that slows our momentum down enough that we can then separate off one of our satellites, and that satellite will fall into orbit around Juna without any additional fuel being spent, just by using Ike as a brake. And I was very pleased with myself, and I was about to tell all of you how incredibly clever I am, but it turns out this course... Are we... Oh, no, don't snap. It is a wobbly ship. It's a wobbly ship. Okay. Yes. But yes, I've been so smart, I've actually just plotted a trajectory straight into the side of a mountain. So let's try and fix this and see if I can recreate my my previous genius. Can we see Ike? Not Ike. Well, actually, can we see Ike and can we see Juna? Yet. Yes, we can. There's Juna. That's the big one there. And that little tiny little pixel there is Ike. That's where we are heading. Okay, so I'm just going to engage the RCS. Oh. Sorry.
A blue for you, Catherine. Blue. Sorry. Catherine, I'm really sorry.
What was it, George? Was that his name? Oh, I'm going to have to pick you, Jonathan. Okay. Right, so I'm just going to switch to RCS and just manually try and salvage this disaster of an orbit. Plenty of monopropellant. Okay. Well, that is going to be a tight... Okay, let's go with that. We're going to be shaving the ground. We are going to be so close to Ike there. Let's see. Well, let's see what happens, shall we? So here's the plan. Having corrected that, we are now going to fly by Ike at a very low altitude and aim for this maneuver node, which will hopefully, if we do it right, it will cause us to slip into an orbit around Juna. We'll release the satellite and then we will carry on thrusting and put ourselves into an orbit of Ike. So, I was going to ask Iax Ibrahim, welcome from YouTube. Hello. I'll just say it again. We are on our way to Ike. We are going to bypass Ike by almost nothing, hit the retros, get ourselves in a nice capture orbit of Juna, release our Juna satellite, and then continue hitting the retros to orbit Ike, land on Ike, take our scientific measurements, and come back again. And then have a science bonanza. So, when's our next node? 1 day, 2 hours. Let's set our alarm clock, shall we? Let's set... Oh, it's already set. Oh, all right then.
But you've asked me to do it, so I'll do it.
Fair enough then. Let's go. Where is it? Where's Ike? There it is. Right, let's go. Off we go. Okay, so 5. Oh God, that's fast. 3. We can see it here. Here it comes. Here it comes. This should start getting faster, quicker. 1.5 hours, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 20 minutes. 15 minutes. Okay, we are now, as you can see here, we are now in the sphere of influence of Ike. Here is Juna, the mother planet. Of course, Ike is now closer, therefore it's bigger, Father Dougal. And we've got 2 minutes to go until our node. And we have to start burning now Oh, we've just missed our burn time. Brilliant. Oh well, you better hit the engines. There we go. So we are now. I think this is going to crash us, isn't it? I think this computer is sending us to our death. I don't believe this for a second. I'm going to do what the computer says, but I bet we die. We're too close to the moon to... Anyway. You know, I'm saying, oh, we're going to die if the computer makes us do that. I'm still doing what I'm told, though, aren't I? Okay. Are we going to lose an engine in a sec? Looks like it. Oh. Oh, hang on. Oh. It's a nice headlock, sir. Have we... Yeah. Oh, our engines are coming off in a different order to what I expected. Okay. Oh, God. Okay, my staging was slightly mistaken. That's fine, that's fine. Let's ditch these engines then. Didn't expect... Ooh. Oh, there go the solar panels. We've lost a solar panel. That's a shame. Let's carry on. All right, that was one messy separation. Oh, you think Amber Heard and Johnny Depp was bad? Well, check that out. Funny and contemporary. Okay. So we are... Well, according to this, we're not going to smash into it. According to these numbers, we're just going to drift by the surface by 10 kilometres. Although I think that's the sea level surface, not the actual surface. In fact, oh yeah, it is. Because we're currently 31,000 metres above the planet. But when I switch to surface, it's got an elevation of 9,000 metres. So my guess is that if this periapsis goes to 9, we're going to crash. Well, let's find out, shall we? A little bit of tension. You can see the one of the satellites we're going to drop off here. Theoretical seas can be as deep as you like. Yeah, I'm not sure how it defines sea level, actually, especially since there's no water on it. Maybe it's an average? But then I don't think it is an average because you don't get... in this game, anyway, you don't get minus... I mean, I would ask the people who made it, but they all got fired. Threw darts at some numbers, yeah. So, can't help noticing we're getting very close to the surface here. And look, here's a mountain coming up. Good luck with that. And we are pointing... Well, our nose is pointing at the ground anyway. No, that's wrong, actually. Our nose is pointing in the sky, which means our arse is pointing at the ground. Oh, actually, that's fine. The patter feels stronger today, but I think the fact that I think I'm in better form today than I was yesterday might be incorrect. Okay, we're going to lose our tail. Yeah, we really are close to the surface, aren't we? There's cutting it fine, and there's whatever the hell this is. Well, I'll dump our tail. We'll make some sort of impact on Ike when I ditch this obsolete bit of spaceship. Looks like we might make it over this mountain, though, surprisingly. I mean, we're close enough now that we can see actual boulders. Oh, we're 800 feet above the surface. I think it's about to be a lot less. Yeah, we're 800 feet above the surface and performing a complex manoeuvre. 750 feet above the surface. It really does give you some idea of how fast you need to go to orbit, doesn't it? Well, if this doesn't give us a gravitational break, I don't know what is. How much more close could you get? None more close. 600 meters above. No, I'm not actually, Iax Ibrahim. I'm not going to land the whole thing. This is our maneuver to get us into the system. I'm using the gravity of Ike to slow us down. I wasn't expecting it to be such a white knuckle ride. I think we might survive it, though. I think we might have just survived that. I was fairly convinced the computer was sending us onto our deaths. We should have more faith in our tech overlords. Okay, let's dump the tail. Lose the tail in a second. Any second. There it goes. Let's get rid of the tail. Farewell. Thank you for your service. That's it. Get that obliterated. Shit. I think I've just activated an engine I didn't want to activate. Okay. I think I've done something bad. I don't know what it is. There's a noise happening that I don't like or trust. Let's try and finish this maneuver off. This is really not ideal, any of this. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's the manoeuvre done. Now, what was that noise I didn't like? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I knew it. There's an engine on that shouldn't be on. I bet it's one of these. Oh, okay, fine. Are you on, though? I thought not. So I do have an engine activated somewhere, but I don't know which one it is. That's okay. Oh, it's this one. Oh, that's annoying. One of my satellite engines was turned on instead of the shutdown engine. One of my satellite engines was on instead of one of my thruster engines. Oh, well, that's fine. We got there in the end. Okay, what's our orbit looking like? Hey, that's great. That's great. Right, okay, let's release a satellite then. We've done it. Look, see, we are... If we carry on this trajectory, we will be slipping into orbit around Juno. We have used Ike as a brake, and I'm very happy about that. Let's release one of these satellites then. Hello, Hamsy258. I hope you're very, very good today. I'm very excited about what's happened here. Okay, let's go. Let's release this satellite, shall we? thank you. And off you go. Decouple. Boom. Off you go. Right, we will come back to that satellite. We will come back to it. But for now, let's get ourselves in orbit of Ike. Because we're a bit behind time now. Okay, don't... Oh, no! No! What? Did you see that? We've just hit our own satellite. There it goes. We've just twatted it with our own mothership. Is that still on a... It's still on... Okay, that's still... Okay. It's taken a punch, but it's still okay. I think. Oh, man, that was stupid. Okay, fine. Well done, everyone. It's going well. Unbelievable stupidity. Okay. All right. Oh, look, it's a Juna rise. There's the planet Juna rising over the mountains of Ike. Very picturesque. In fact, I could take a picture, couldn't I? There we go. Plop. Right, what's happening with our trajectory? Because I seem to have lost the plot. Yes, I thought so. We're due to hit, so that's fine. Let's put up a manoeuvre node up here, and we'll sort that out later. So we're in orbit of Ike then. Brilliant. Let's deal with this poor old satellite then. So this did take a thump. Did anything break? Yes, it did. We lost a solar panel. That's why we installed two of them. Okay. So this poor one-armed satellite had a solar panel smashed off of it as it was released by its own mothership. Then its mothership flew into it. But here we go. Right, so let's rename this to... Rename vehicle. Juna Sat. That'll do. Yep. So Juna Sat is due to leave the influence of Ike and then go on this slightly, very eccentric orbit of Juna. So what I'm going to do is I'm also going to set up a manoeuvre node for the satellite. And shall we see how much we can... Oh. So does it... Oh, because I deactivated the engine, didn't I? So it's got... Okay, it's got quite a lot of delta V on it as well. Oh, wow. In that case, we could make it into a polar orbit. Ooh, fancy. Why don't I do that then? So... If we turn this into a polar orbit, I guess that would be... Where's our ascending node? I can do it by eye. There's our descending node. So I don't know if I've ever explained this properly, by the way, about ascending nodes and descending nodes. Here we go. Let's use this. Let's use this top. So plane of inclination, which is, as I say, because we're not really 3D minded animals, it can be a bit of a difficult one to grasp. So obviously like this solar system is basically like a giant plate with most of the bodies of the solar system orbiting the sun in a flat disc-like structure. So you look at the solar system from above, it's a circle, and then you flip the solar system on its side and it's more or less flat. You've got things like Pluto, which are at a more severe angle of inclination. Now, anyone who's played Kerbal Space Program will tell you that the angle of inclination is a real... your brain underestimates how important it is and how difficult it is to change your angle of inclination because, of course, when you're on Earth, for example, you're being propelled through space at great speed in that direction. You don't need to see my hand, but in that direction, to change your angle of inclination requires blasting off not into that direction, but into that direction, but a lot. And where you do that in your orbit is enormously important, and it makes sense. So if you've got a disc that you want to flip like this, if you want to change its angle of inclination, the most efficient way of doing that is at the pivot point, obviously. So if I want to flip this disc, the pivot point, that is this finger and this finger, are the most efficient points at which to flip the disc. And the same goes for orbital angles of inclination. So if you've got a straight horizontal line and you've got this at an angle, the point where the horizontal crosses the diagonal disc on both sides, so on this side and on this side, there are two intersections where it intersects, where the angle intersects with the horizontal. The one that's going the one that's going down is your this here is the descending node, which means that this one at the back is the ascending node, and it's at these nodes that it's most efficient to change your angle of inclination. So even the most basic orbits, when you're trying to intercept another body in the solar system, most orbits will usually, or most ones I do anyway, will have two burns generally. What I try to do is, if there's an ascending node and a descending node, or a descending node, by the way, no difference between those two other than one's going up and one's going down. How do I go to the moon? I'll come back to that. Mifu Sefu, I will come back to you. Actually, this does help. This is relevant to that. So yeah, there's no difference between the ascending node and a descending node practically, other than where in the orbit it is. If I can, so there's two burns you're going to do. You're going to do your prograde or retrograde burn, where you're either, if you're firing prograde, you're extending your apoapsis out. If you're firing retrograde, you're pulling your apoapsis in. And then there's the burn for the angle of inclination. Quite often, your periapsis, and so when you want to extend your apoapsis out, the most efficient place to extend your apoapsis out is at the periapsis, because obviously orbital mechanics being what they are, the actions that the velocity changes that you make at one side of the circle are most going to be felt at the furthest point of the circle. So a bit of thrust at the start of the circle will be most... The whole circle expands, but it expands the most at the opposite point of where you are. He explained brilliantly. So there's usually two burns. There's usually prograde and retrograde, which is, if you like, forward and backwards. And then there's ascending and descending node, which are, if you like, up and down. There is also your side-to-side motion as well. I always feel that's dirty. I prefer to use prograde, retrograde, and up and down as much as possible. Using yaw always feels a bit like admitting failure, but that might just be completely wrong. That might just be inbuilt prejudices in my head. Anyway, if at all possible, I prefer to do both the retrograde and prograde burn and the up and down burn at the ascending and descending node, if the ascending descending node is close enough to the periapsis. Why not just combine two burns in one? But anyway, as I say, because I'm not sure I've ever really explained this properly, the ascending node and the descending nodes are the points on an orbit where it meets with the horizontal plane, and you've got two of them, one on either side, and they are the most efficient place to change your angle of inclination. And that's what an ascending and descending node is. Good. Right, how do I get to the moon? Valid question. Let's have a look. Firstly, you're going to need to build... Firstly, Mifu Seifu, build an unkerbaled probe. Don't send Kerbals to the moon. You'll just get them stuck or killed. Send a unkerbaled probe first and try and get that all the way there and back again. That's the first thing you should do. The second thing is take enough fuel, and obviously you do that with staging. Honestly and truly, trying to get into a horizontal orbit. Yes, so hang on, how can I... Let's see if I can... Let's do this, shall we? Have a look at Apollo 11. Yeah, have a look at how everything was staged. So you have your most powerful engine at the bottom, your mid-stage engine, and then your upper stage engine. In terms of how you want to build your ships, and except for the bit where you're literally leaving the atmosphere and heading into orbit, once you're out in deep space, you want your ships engines to be as fuel efficient as possible, which almost always means not powerful. So your flea engines, your terrier engines, certainly your nuclear engines, they have almost no oomph. They have very poor acceleration, and they're basically useless in the atmosphere. But once you're out in the vacuum of space, and certainly once you're out in orbit, that's how you don't run out of fuel. You don't really ever want to use any other engine out in space unless you have to, because it's just a waste of fuel. So what I would say is, when building your ship, like Apollo, get your big engine and your medium engine to get you out of the atmosphere and into orbit, and from then on it's low power all the way. When you're going into when you're inserting yourself, into the moon, don't forget you want to, if you're coming towards the moon from Kerbin, you're going to want to come on into the moon on what we'll call the east side. You reach orbit, but after that I don't know what to do to reach the moon. Brilliant. Well, what you want to do is, let's have a look. Can I focus on Kerbin? Here you go. All right, so you're in orbit. In fact, shall I just demonstrate this with... I'll just demonstrate. Here we go. Let's get a... Let's do a little demonstration. So here we go. So here's a fragment of a spaceship I've got orbiting the moon. I'll show you how to get to the moon. We will be going to the moon again during this stream, but I'll just show you now. So here we go. Let's pretend that this discarded spaceship is our moon rocket. There's the moon, in fact. How do we get there? So... firstly, you'll need your maneuver nodes. It might be that if you're playing career mode, play sandbox mode if you want to learn how to do this, because you're going to need a maneuver node which you need to research. So once you've got your maneuver node, this is you planning an orbit. So what you do is, I'll just go through what we did again. So here's our orbit. The teal line is always the orbit that you're on. So this is what, if nothing else happens, this is what our ship is going to do. It's going to go round and round and round. We want to plan our lunar insertion. So, lunar insertion, sorry. So let's click on the moon and set it as the target. There we go. We are now targeting the moon. What has now appeared in our orbit are our old friends, the descending node and the ascending node. There we go. So they're currently on 0.5 degrees. So we can actually ignore that pretty much. 0.5 degrees is nothing. What that means is that our angle of inclination and the moon's plane of inclination, we can't even see it. They're very, very slightly divergent. Anyway, 0.5 is nothing. So don't worry about that. What you want to do is we want to extend our orbit out to reach the moon. And with orbital mechanics, the most efficient way of doing that is to start on the opposite side. So why don't we start on the ascending node here? It's pretty much the best place anyway. Let's add a maneuver node. There we go. So now we've got 6 controls have turned up. We've got prograde, which means continue in the direction you're currently going in. We've got retrograde, which means the opposite, go in the opposite direction to where we are currently going. We've got up, which will change at this point because we're at an ascending node. If I hit this, hang on. It's easier to do this. If I hit this, you can see, there you go, you can see our orange line becoming more and more and more inclined. And then when we go down, we have the opposite. If we want to demonstrate how to get horizontal orbit using the maneuver node. If we want to get, let's say that we're, in fact, here we go. Why don't we do this? There we go. Let's say that this dotted orange line is our orbit, and we can see that it's very heavily inclined compared to the moon. We can see exactly how inclined it is by hovering over either the ascending node or the descending node. They'll both give you the same number, just one will be plus and one will be a minus, and we can see that our angle of inclination compared to the moon, and the important part of this is to have a target set, because obviously everything's relative. Your angle of inclination is relative to the moon, is going to be different to your angle of inclination relative to Minmus or relative to the sun, etc, etc. So make sure you've got a target selected. And we can see here that our angle of inclination, if our orange line was what we were on, which it's not, but let's pretend it is, that would be 14.3 degrees inclination, which is a lot. So if we wanted to cancel that out, and you don't need to remember which way round this is, because trial and error will do it for you, and I get it wrong all the time, is you want to put a node, you want to put a maneuver node on your descending or ascending node, and then correct it using the pink up and down arrows. So if you're on a descending node, if you're on a descending node, you want to go up. How do I remember? Easy. You have a look. We're on 14.1. If I do it wrong, and I think we're on a descending node, that means I want to go down. If I do that and then check, oh no, now it's on minus 22, so that's wrong. So that's how you know you're not doing it right. But anyway, so we're at a descending node. We correct that by hitting up, 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 up. We can check. That's now minus 7.6. We'll do it a bit more. That's now minus 4. We'll do it a bit more. That's now minus 2. We'll do it a bit more. That's now 1.6. And you'll know it's right when you'll know it's bang on 0 when this happens. When you very gently change the inclination, and can you see the descending and the ascending node are moving? And it's as they get closer and closer to 0. There we go. That might even say nan. There we go. So that would be us adjusting our angle of inclination to be 0 degrees. So this manoeuvre node, there you go. If this ship came to this point in space and followed this manoeuvre node for 20.2 meters per second, it would be at a perfect angle of inclination of the moon. So now we were at a perfect angle of inclination of the moon, we want to get there. Now, your ape brain thinks we want to get there. Well, then this is the thing to. We'll pull this way to. We need to go left. Let's go left. That's not how orbits work. Obviously, as you know, when an object is orbiting, when a body is orbiting another body, it's not actually moving in a curve. It is moving in a straight line, in exactly the same way that if you walked from London to Sydney on floaty shoes, if you walked from London to Sydney and then Sydney to London in a straight line, you would curve around the globe and walk back to London. And then if you mapped your journey on on an atlas, your journey would look like that. But you would have walked in a straight line. Exactly the same with orbiting. So you're not firing when you're swerving around a planet. You're going in a straight line. It's the planet that's curving space-time. So you start your manoeuvre burn at the apoapsis, periapsis, right, difficult to horizontal. Yeah, you almost never want to change your inclination at the apoapsis, periapsis. It's always the descending, ascending nodes. And as I say, I always expect, especially on really long journeys to Joule or whatever, I always expect at least 2 burns. One for the prograde, one for not. So here we go. So let's go the opposite side of where we want to go, and let's hit prograde. And you can see here comes our apoapsis. So our apoapsis, as we hit prograde at the periapsis, our apoapsis extends out. And you can see, because we've been clever and we've put the descending node at 0 degrees, that's going to pretty much stick to the apoapsis. Obviously, it's slightly wrong because nothing's perfect, but our descending node and our apoapsis are going to be at the same place, which is good. All right, so there we go. So now we have our orbit coming out to the height of the moon, but we can see here we're not going to intercept the moon. In fact, our closest approach, we can see that when we're here in the orbit, the moon is going to be here, which means we're slightly behind. What we want to do, easy peasy, we just want to change where we start. So we just drag our manoeuvre node along the orbit, and I'm trying to point on the screen. I'm looking at the 2 pale arrows that show where us and the moon are, and as we move around this orbit, we can see those arrows getting closer and closer together until here we are, and then you get all of your intercepting the moon business. So no, yes. If I were going to the moon right now, I would say that's good enough. So I would then wait for my ship to come round to this node, point my nose towards the blue bit, and then blast off for 842 metres per second, which would then put me on this trajectory going towards the moon. What I would then do is I will then point at the moon and focus on the moon itself. So now we're focusing on the moon, and we can see here you go, this is the predicted journey that we're going to take, and we can fine-tune how we approach the moon. Here we go. Now, so I'm now behind the moon, looking back, and here's our manoeuvre node. I can still click our manoeuvre node with difficulty, and I can still use it. This is annoying. I want to get rid of this. Now, it's very, very sensitive. Because we're adjusting these figures from a distance, it's very sensitive. But I can continue playing with the manoeuvre node, and you can see what's happening. As I'm just very gently adjusting this manoeuvre node from a distance, you can see my predicted periapsis of the moon is moving. And this is how, and there we go, this is how you can, with precision, get yourself closer to the moon. So I'm actually using my yaw. This just, honestly, the best way to get a feel for this is to play with it. Pardon. Fiddle. Have a good old fiddle. Have a good old rummage around with your node. Because there you go. Just by fiddling with that node a little bit from a distance while focusing on the moon, I've now got it that if we were to execute this node, if we were to point our nose at the blue and fire at 866.9 metres per second, we would end up flying right by the moon here at a distance of 18,000 metres. And then, of course, once you got here, it's a very simple manoeuvre. All you have to do is point your nose backwards, point it retrograde. You don't even really have to plan it. You can just eyeball it. But once you are here, you would then hit your retrogrades and circularise that orbit. And there we go. You've got yourself an orbit of the moon. Don't ever line 2 nodes up, by the way. Don't do a node and then another node, because you're never going to hit it perfectly. And obviously, if you don't hit the first node perfectly, which you won't, then your second node is going to be inaccurate before you've even got there. So one node at a time. Anyway, that's how you get to the moon. I hope that was useful. Where are we? Where are you? Let's be having you. Okay. Where are you? Oh, God, I'm choking. Playing Catch of the Moon, yeah. Well, the moon is the moon itself is fairly easy, because once you're in an orbit of Kerbin, it doesn't really matter which. I mean, unless you're bothered about if it's the day side or the night side, it doesn't really matter where around Kerbin you blast your orbit. You're going to reach the moon. Whatever time you launch, you're going to reach the moon. It's just at what point on the disc you blast off. But again, pick a point, extend your orbit out to the moon. It'll probably be wrong, and then just move the origin of your node around until you hit the moon. A lot of this is waggling your mouse around on the map screen until you get the result you want. Have fun with it.
World? We need a 12th man here. Where are you? Where are you? Let's be having you. Let's be having you. Come on.
The most iconic moment in Norwich's history. There we go. Okay. Oh. My Junasat isn't. That's interesting. My Junasat was due to get captured by Juna, but it's not. Something's gone wrong there. Oh. Interesting. I'm getting 2 different messages there. Okay, fine. I don't know what's going on there. I'm not going to let it. You know what?
But I ain't spending any time on it.
Okay. Let's land on Ike. Oh, yeah, that's right. We are due to hit the surface, aren't we? So here's our manoeuvre node. We're due to hit the surface here. Well, we're due to hit the surface at our periapsis, obviously. That's what that is. So we'll go to for the most efficient burn, we'll go to our apoapsis and extend that out by, I'm going to guess, a minute amount. What's that? 16,000 metres. That's fine, isn't it? So let's get ourselves fast forwarded. Let's save this. Let's just save our skins. And there we go. Let's save our skins and just extend our orbit out. Something else I'm using, by the way, is the essential. If you only have one mod, Kerbal Engineer 2 is the way. This is part of it up here. I've got some lovely telemetry up here. I can see that my periapsis is 6,000 meters. I can even use. I don't have to use the map. All I have to do is here we go. All I have to do is just go to the apoapsis, point prograde. So essentially at my apoapsis, pointing into the motion, activate the engines, and my periapsis, you can see right here, periapsis is whizzing right up with... I've got to turn that SAS off. With the apoapsis hardly moving at all. Great. Okay. So we're now in quite an eccentric orbit going around Ike. Let's get this shrunk down. Okay. All right. So let's go in a nice, tight orbit. So we're now going to get to our periapsis. Here we go. Whee! And then by doing a manoeuvre at our periapsis, that will bring our apoapsis right down. Here we go. So let's point ourselves at this node. It's another small burn. These things tend to be, once you're in orbit, they do tend to be. Normally, I like to do these burns while looking at the map screen, but this ship is so unstable, I need to keep an eye on it. So my apoapsis is now coming down at a huge rate, 180, 170, 160. My periapsis is hardly moving at all because we're at the periapsis. 120, 100. I'm aiming for about 20. 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20. Oh God, cut engines. Okay. Might have overdone that. Are we? Was that too? Ooh. Okay, we're not due to hit anything, are we? Okay. According to my teal line, we're not due to hit anything. We're in a very, very tight orbit. Okay. So let's get some science done, shall we? Shelbury, hi. How are you? Let go if you would. Well, Shelbury is the first Kerbal to perform a spacewalk above the moon of Ike. Good for you, Shelbury. It does look a lot like the ship is just plummeting to the surface, isn't it? Yeah, the ship wobbling makes you nervous. Blimey. Yeah, it does look like it's falling to the ground, and in a way it is, of course. Can we have an EVA report, please, Shelbury? Lovely. That's 56 science. We've recorded our observations above Ike's southeastern mountain range. Oh, that's good. So that implies that we can get EVA reports from other points. That's good. Right, we do have some science on board. Let's get you heading towards that science without smashing any more solar panels. We've got a science 2000 thing here, so let's head towards that. Lovely stuff. Okay, can you conduct an experiment, please? It can only be controlled externally by a scientist. Shelbury's a pilot. Oh, my God. Okay, fine. Oh, God, please tell me we've got some scientists on board. So, Shelbury, you're actually flying this thing. Okay, but you have absolutely no experience and no qualifications. I see. Okay, I understand. All right, well, you better go back in then. I'm going to need... Oh, actually, it's just... Scientist, right? Aloli is a scientist. Aloli among us. Hello, Aloli. Sorry, that other guy's no use to me at all. Could you do an EVA report? Would that be different? Southeastern mountain range. Well, you can keep hold of that just in case. Could you do some science for me, please, Aloli? That's what we brought you along for. Yeah, take the barometer reading, why don't you? Log the pressure data. in space near Ike. Lovely. Could you observe the mystery goo as well? The goo feels right at home. Lovely. You can reset the goo canister and collect the data. Thank you. Are we collecting the data from the... Yeah, take the data from the pressure barometer. And the thermometer. Do you want to take the temperature as well? Get some science that way. Log the temperature. Lovely. Take the data. Perfect. The Science Junior. Let's get some science off of this. Conduct a materials study. The high radiation environment caused a few of the samples to glow. High radiation environment? I don't like the sound of that. Okay, collect data and restore functionality. Okay, so is that all the science that we had at the time that we launched this vessel? Yes, I think it is. Right, well, we'd better get back in then. Where's the other one gone? Where's the other Kerbal gone? I can't see him. The pilot. I mean, I know we don't... Oh, there he is. Just... Hang on. Can we get him back? Mate, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I said you were useless. I spoke out of frustration. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Please come back. Please come back. I am sorry. You're an excellent pilot. I know you've worked hard for this. I know you have. I'm not belittling your 6-week pilot course. I know you've got a beautiful certificate. I know. Come on. You are valid. Let's get you back. Let's get you back to the ship. Come on. Come on, let's go. I'm just giving him a shove. We're having a little bit of an emotional moment here. If you could just give us some privacy and get him back to the ship. Come on. That's it. That's it. There he goes. There he goes. Mind your back, by the way. You are possibly going to actually... Oh, God, don't go into a solar panel. Might have just chucked him into a solar panel. Right, okay. Aloli, sorry, could you just get in? Thanks. I'll sort him out. That's it. Just grab on. Grab and board. Lovely. Right. Come on then, fuck chops. Let's get you in. Stop sulking and just get in. We've got a landing to do. We've got to pick a spot to land. I think somewhere nice and flat. We've shown off by I've shown off by going to the moon and landing on top of a mountain, and obviously that rover showed why that wasn't an A1 idea. Let's just find somewhere flat and easy. Come on then. Are you going to pilot us? Are you going to be a big boy and pilot us all the way to the ground like you trained for? No, I think you'll be really good at it. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Of course I've got faith in you. No, of course you're good enough to do it. We all believe that. Experiments can't be... Fine. Okay. Let's land. Where shall we land? I don't know, there. That looks all right, isn't it? There, then. Why not? Okay. Let's plan this landing, then. Let's hit the periapsis. And... Oh, actually, we're so near to the ground. Maybe we're... Oh, it's fine. Okay. Oh, I know something we need to do. We also need to dump this satellite. Because of course, it was 2 satellites that we were sending. Here we go. Here's the second one on its new home orbiting Ike. There we go. We've deployed. So that's that part of the mission complete. Anyway, we have launched 2 satellites that will now orbit these 2 bodies forever. So isn't that fab? And these can take science. So cool. You might as well send that science off, to be honest with you. There we go. Let's take some science and send it back. Do these have goo on them? No, they don't have goo on them. But there we go. Good, good, good. So that's that launched. Let's try not to destroy it when we do our next manoeuvre. Okay, so it's probably a good idea now for us to separate our ship and prepare for landing. Yeah.
But you've asked me to do it, so I'll do it.
So everyone's on board, aren't they? There aren't any surprises. No. So here's the plan then. We're going to detach. We're going to split the ship in 2. Oh, I need to get rid of this. I need to get rid of this housing here. Decouple. Whoop. There it goes. Good. Oh, thank God for that. I was getting worried that, and hopefully, this is all coming off. Good, good, good. Right, that's a relief. That has revealed our landing engine. Excellent. Okay, that's a relief. So, the idea is we are going to... Oh, you know what would have been a much better idea? Would have been to make this detachable. That would have been a really good idea. Oh, well, never mind. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. We're going to split this ship in half. The landing section is going to land on Ike, and then it's going to come back, and we're going to re-dock with our little nuclear mothership, and this is going to take us back to Kerbal. Can you press a key on that keyboard behind me? Oh, I'll tell you what I do need to do. I don't know if this is what you're referring to. The arcade machine. Oh, what? This keyboard don't work. It's broken. I do have one that does work, but that's the original. We are, of course, in space, but we are now about to attempt a landing. We are now in landing mode. Okay. Important, very important to get that right. Vital to the mission. So let's, in space, now I can hear you press the demo button. Do, 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 do. Hey, Deedly Wicket, raiding. Hello, 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 Raider. Hello, how are you? I hope you're very good. Thank you very, very much for the raid. I hope all is excellent with you. Hello, hello. You've caught us. We're just about to land on Ike. In fact, I'm ready to go now, I think. Oh, we're not landing with the science. Oh, no, we are landing with the science bit. Right, let's just do this, shall we? Let's decouple, undock. Off we go. Okay, so the lander is now a free floating entity, and it does have all 4 Kerbals on board. Okay. Let's land this bugger. So if I put my node here, shall we say, and then what will we do? We'll do, something like that. That'll do. Okay. Tanker resupply runs and rescue contracts. Yeah, they're fiddly. they're fiddly. And also tankers are a pain in the arse because they're, well, my ones tend to be so lopsided. A reaction wheel doesn't quite offset the vast amount of dangerous fuel I've sent into space, so they tend to be very, very, very slow missions. Okay, so have we activated all of our engines? No, we haven't. Let's activate those. Click, click, click. I don't like the sound of that. Okay. I don't know why that was going click, 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 but okay. Good. Right, let's zip around the moon and get to the node. Hopefully, how's our other satellite doing? Oh, good. Our other satellite, the JunoSat, is now in orbit of Juno. Good. That does need to do some sort of burn, though, doesn't it? Otherwise, it's going to get caught by Ike at some point, and we don't want that to happen. Okay. Let's do both of those at the same time, shall we? You're being better than I am, Deadly Wicket. I'm grinding the science on this career. We're earning every drop of science we're earning with blood, sweat, and tears. Money. There does appear to be a very generous Kerbin crypto billionaire who, for undisclosed favours, is bunging us lumps of money when we run out. Life is short, and so is my streaming window. So way more science than you have money for. No, I'm not doing any of the Kerbal admin, where you convert money into science or anything like that. Because that really would be cheating. But yes, sadly, the money taps are flowing because, in terms of flying to specific parts of Kerbin to take temperature readings for pennies.
But I ain't spending any time on it.
Exactly. Okay, let's start this burn then. Here we go. SAS, and here we go. Lovely. Right, so we're now due to shave the ground around about here on this white bit. Good. Right, so while they're in that death dive, don't say death dive. Don't let them hear you say death dive either. While they're in that death dive, let's switch to JunoSat, because that's going to need a corrective burn. Don't mention Winnie Mandela. Okay. So let's hit this at the periapsis, which sounds very painful. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to see if I had enough oomph to put it in a polar orbit, because polar orbit satellites are pleasing. Yeah, good idea. Let's do that then. If I go on the descending node here, do we have enough oomph on this little satellite to go polar? Well, it reckons we do. That'd be nice. That's a nice looking orbit, isn't it? Wouldn't that be fun? There we go. That'd be a nice orbit, wouldn't it? Let's get that one locked in. Let's keep that locked in, shall we? Okay. Let's set an alarm clock for you. Okay. I probably should have set an alarm clock for the other thing. 52 minutes until that burn. Never take ones that say below the surface. Yeah. Focus view. Okay. Where are we? I like lander. Switch to. Is this the right lander? I think this is it. Right. Let's get these scientists down on Ike. Oh, that's a bit annoying. We're on the opposite side of Juna, so we won't have a nice view, but we've got plenty of other stuff to be getting on with. Okay, here we go then, scientists. Mr. Scientist. Let's get you landed. So we'll come... All right, we'll just switch to surface height. Enjoy your lurk, Deadly Wicket. Thank you very much for joining us. Also, have a good night, or have a good day, have a good sleep. There you go. Lovely sleep. Woof. Okay, we are. Ooh, yeah, that is. You too. Thank you very much, JCBP. We are close to the surface, aren't we? All right. How close are we to where we want to land? Not quite. Once we're at the periapsis, is probably about right, isn't it? And that's in 7 minutes. All right. 7 minutes, 6 minutes, 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes, woof, 2 minutes, 1 minute. Okay, here we are. So we are orbiting at 367 meters per second, which is fast, isn't it? And we're coming up to where we're thinking we might want to land. Well, I guess, look at this. You can see how fast we're going. You can see the shadow on the ground. It does give you some idea what 367 meters per second would actually look like. Okay, so let's point ourselves retro and see where we want to land. Maybe over this ridge there'll be somewhere that looks tempting. So what I'm hoping is by pointing my nose retrograde and by hitting full power. Ooh, no, it's a bit of a dip, isn't it? By hitting full power, we should hopefully end up hovering. Okay, so maybe here. This looks all right, just here. It looks fairly flat, doesn't it? Maybe just here, then. Let's have a look. Maybe just here. This looks like a nice flat area. All right, let's get above it and then hit our retros. There's not much margin in it. This is as good a place as any, isn't it? What do you reckon? Yep, good. All right. Let's hit the retros in 3, 2, 1, go. So I'm just keeping the nose on the retrograde, bringing our surface speed down. There we go. The land is moving beneath us slower. I'm not sure I found a great place to land, actually. It's looking a little bit like it's on an inclination, but we're committed to the bit now. Here we go. Let's just kill momentum completely, and then we can... There we go. And now we should drop like a stone. All right. So we're currently hovering. Yeah, it's a little bit wonky. I could have picked somewhere flatter. Oh, well, it's a challenge, isn't it? We are now dropping, in fact, by pointing our nose retrograde, There we go. That is our motion. Let's deploy the landing struts, please. Good stuff. Okay, and let's ease this down. So, again, I'm piloting this manually because Shelbury is not in any way qualified for this, and I don't have any assistance on this, so let's concentrate. Okay, so we're dropping. The gravity feels like I don't know this for a fact, but it feels like the gravity is quite a bit less than the moon, although more than Minmus. So hopefully this won't be too hard. But we can't see Juna anywhere, can we? No, I think Juna is... Oh, there's our satellite that we dropped. There we go. That's the satellite currently orbiting just overhead there. Very nice. Let's focus on the job at hand. So we're dropping... Well, obviously we're increasing speed because we are dropping to the ground. When we're at 400 metres, I'll slam the brakes on. 600 metres, 550, 500. That's it. Let's just calm things down a bit. There we go. 400, 350, 300, 250. I'll give it another blast at 150. 200, 150. Again, just calm. And now let's, on the last 100 metres, let's coax this down. Got a little bit of lateral movement. Try and cancel that out. Ideally, I want my retrograde icon to be locked to the top of the compass, because then that means we're descending perpendicularly. Okay. All right. We've got to be careful not to hover too much. Here we go. Here we go. Still ease it down a bit more. Ease it down a bit more. Contact light. Cut the engines. Oh, we're down. Oh, we're down. They had a little bit... I think you might have mentioned this when this was being built, Space Ben, that the engine bells were a bit on the low side, and you were right. That did just... Oh, Christ! Sorry, I just hit the engine. Just hit the engines again. Also, we are sliding. There is a bit of slippage going here. This was not the flattest area to land, but that's okay. I don't think we're going to tip over. Congratulations, Kerbals. You are on the surface of Ike. Let's get a crew report from you, please. A crew report from the Southeast Mountain Range. Excellent. Good stuff. You keep hold of that. Right. Better get out then. Right. Bonnie Kerman. Bonnie. Hopefully no relation to Langford. No. I said Bonnie, not Bunny. It's one small step for a Bonnie, then, I guess. Yeah, it's still slide. There's going to be sliding. There's going to be lateral. You just have to grow up. Could you descend the ladder, please? Okay. Do you fancy saying something apt for this momentous occasion? What have you got to say? Ow! Ow! I've hit my head. That's what's going to be in the history books, is it? Ow, my head. Okay, all right. Well, it's done now. No point saying what you were going to say. What's done is done. Nothing we can do about that. Okay, let's test the gravity of this body by having a little jump. Whee! Not. Ooh, that's not bad actually. That is. It's definitely lower gravity than the moon. definitely closer to Minmus. Could we escape velocity with our jetpack? I wonder. Right, okay, come on then, Bonnie. Stick that flag down. Help us get that trunk out. Come on, let's spread sovereignty to these other systems. Yes, a red, white, and blue Brexit. What's her name again? Bonnie's sovereignty. The best deal for Britain. There we go. They don't know where Britain is or what they're talking about. It's like a kind of cargo cult. Can she do a backflip? Fenton! Fenton! Oh, Jesus Christ! Fenton! Oh, Christ! Fenton! Okay. Have we done an EVA report yet? Oh, look up the sky and see something zip past. That'd be our mothership, I expect. Let's get the others out because I suspect that they will have experience as well. A lowly. Cheers. Off you go. We'll just drop them out like little turds. There we go. We've shed her. Shelbury, you can drop as well. Just let go of the ladder. I don't have time for anything else. That's it. Just cack it. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, right on the crown. Landed right on the crown of the head. That looked like a bad one. And one last let go. Here we go. And it's rough on the way down. Oh, right in the face. What's this? You're sort of scraping down the side of our fuel tanks. You know we need those to get back, don't you? Plop. Well, that was a journey. See if we can stop the... No, just passes through like a ghost. Well, we'll see the rocket again in a bit. You all right? Everyone happy? Good. Oh, we should probably have a picture, shouldn't we? Come on then, let's get a picture done before the rocket gets away from us. Right, so if you face that way, you face the same way. Come on, hurry up. That rocket really is going places. You face that way. You face... It's going to tip at the bottom of the slope. It's very possible. I'm not going to say that's not going to happen because, of course, it may. Theresa May. Okay, there we go. Should we take a photo? Something like that. Don't know why she's looking at her hands. Oh, there we go. Oh, she got muck on her hands and she's upset by it. There we go. Research handbrakes. Well, we might lift off before it gets to the bottom. Have we taken a surface sample? No. 200. The dark black soil has an almost crystalline structure. It's fun to play with. Excellent. Right, well done. You're on Ike. Mission complete. Well, not mission complete because they're not actually at home with this science. Gosh, she's really not keen on dust, is she? But there we go. It looks like the moon, but isn't. How high can we go? How far I go? Yes, I think we can deorbit ourselves. Sorry, I think we can... I think we could possibly get ourselves in orbit just with a jetpack. Certainly jumping up. Oh, that's a lot of rain. Certainly it was almost no effort to get up to about 163 metres. I'm actually going to have to break her fall now, aren't I? Should we see if she can land back on the ship? Let's see if we can bullseye the ship. Now I cross that line, now I cross that line. Ba 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 ba. It calls me. No one knows how far it goes. Right. Can you get in the door without touching the ground? Go on, see if you can. You've had enough of all this muck anyway. Just get back in the ship. And get your experiments in there as well. Grab and board. Lovely. She was bored, so she's gone back in. Yeah, handbrakes are definitely not happening. Oh, well, never mind. Okay. Great. Let's leave them there for the moment. Let's, in fact, can I speed up time? Speeding up time has actually made it stop moving. That's how you do it. Using your Q powers. All right, let's get this other orbit, the Junasat into... Oh, it's moving again. Let's get the Junasat into a polar orbit. Now, this has got the weakest engine possible and a tiny amount of fuel. But because it's so light... I mean, look at that. Whee! Now, that is a manoeuvrable... Whee! That is a lot of fun. There we go. So we've got a nice, very, very manoeuvrable, very, very light... Oh, God. Very light object that can punch out 843... Whee! 843 Delta V without any issues. Okay, so shall we... Oh, we should have started our burn by now. All right. Do it then. Do it. There we go. So we're blasting our tiny little compressed air engine and burning through that Delta V. So this is the attempt to put us into a polar orbit. Our angle of inclination is... Oh, right, we are actually at the descending node. Okay, thank God for that. There we go. So we are currently changing our angle of inclination. You can see here... Actually, let's get rid of this target. I don't want... This isn't actually a target. There we go. So the teal line is where we are, and the orange line is where we're going. It's a little bit slower than I expected, to be honest with you. But you can see, here you go. So you can see, because we're at our descending node, we're at, on the sober top, we are at our pivot point. So you can see it fairly clearly just from this angle here, that we're right at the pivot point where our orbit crosses the horizontal. And so by blasting ourselves strongly in one direction, our inclination is slowly but surely going from 0 to 90. Like I say, it does take a little bit longer than I was anticipating.
Supporters in the world. We need a 12th man here. Where are you? Where are you? Let's be having you. Come on.
I'm going to get myself. I'm going to get myself hydrated. Talk amongst yourselves while we achieve this orbit.
You could drink your weak lemon drink now, or you could wait until later.
You can watch it. I'll allow it.
Bunny!
No!
Lisby's by herself. She had a couple of guests yesterday, but they decided they'd rather risk the terror of re-entry than spend any more time locked in a can with that creepy fucker. Okay. All right, we're still doing this, are we? Lisby Avenue. Come on then, Lisby Avenue. Oh, it looks like a bird with a broken wing. Can't be having any more accidents. Reminds me of my mate who's got one eye. He asked me to pass him a fork, so I tried to throw a fork to him. And he screamed, no, 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 no. And explained that when you only have one eye, you don't... Well, one, depth perception, and two, objects being thrown at your face become a lot more worrying. Take your two eyes for granted. What was his name?
It's a disaster. Should never have put me with that woman. Whose idea was that?
I don't know. Sue, I think.
Sue, I think.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
Okay. For reasons that weren't very clear, but there we go. The Juno satellite is now in a very pleasing looking polar orbit. Good for you. Right. Let's get back to our surface expedition. Okay. Are we done with Ike then? Have we got everything we need from Ike? We've got surface samples, we've got EVA reports. Actually, that's a good point. We've done an EVA report from the surface, haven't we? Yeah. All right. If we jump up in the sky, can we do an EVA report from near the surface? EVA report, yeah, overwrite the existing one. From just above. I thought so. This counts as being in space. Feet not touching the ground. So there's a little bit of extra science there. Right, well, while we're in control of you, let's get you back in the ship, because we have got a return journey to make. We have responsibilities. So, yeah, you get in the upper can. Who can? You can. Let's board that. Fine. All right. Fenton, the ship is still sliding away. It's gone quite far, isn't it? Okay, let's get you in there as well. Bonnie. Where's the flag? Yeah, the flag's really far away, so you can see how far it's slid. Right, you can get in the lower can, Bonnie. Yes, I know that means all the piss inevitably drips through the ceiling, but, you know, you were on the surface for too long. There we go. In you go. And, oh, there's the flag. All right, it's not gone that far. A bit far. A bit slidey. All right, then, Shelbury. Oh, what, the pilot? Shelbury. Pilot. You feel you've got Joe doesn't even want to look at me. Do you feel that you've got everything that that you're likely to need? Yeah. Fine. You've looked at the stars. Yeah. What's that? Oh, beautiful desolation. That's original. Rocks and shit. Yeah. We're done. We're done. Let's go home. Let's go home. You're piloting. I assume you know the way. Okay. Here we go. Let's get you back in. Ow! 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 They're really testing these spacesuits, aren't they? Okay. Okay, I just accidentally pressed spacebar. Luckily, that didn't do anything. Let's plan our return. So, the mothership. Oh, actually, the mothership is quite close. So, let's set the mothership as a target. And let's wait for it to come overhead, because I've found that it's slightly easier to chase after these things than to try and intercept them the other way. Yeah, something like that. That's pretty much directly overhead. In fact, we can probably see it. There it is. There it is. There's the mothership. There's some debris, and there's the satellite. Let's head in that direction. In fact, we are pretty much pointing in that direction. So let's do it. Can we have a countdown, please?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Wait. We can't take off. I forgot something. Thank you. You know, we've got to do these things right. Sorry, where were you? That's it.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Whee! All right. I know it's an anticlimax. I know it's not all it could be. Believe me, I know. Okay, we're off. We are up. We got 2 minutes until we're as up as we can get. So let's get ourselves pointed towards the target. There he is. Let's go. Let's catch up. Okay, I think we're due. I think I've massively overcooked that. I've overcooked it. Oh, I see. That's where we are. Okay. If I blast this way, that might help. All right, so the target is 8 kilometres away, and we're moving towards it at 205 meters per second. That's too fast. Let's get this slowed down, shall we? We're gonna rock onto Lisby Avenue. Lock. Okay. So we're now heading towards the target at 75 meters per second. good. Here we are. 5.7 kilometres away and falling. Okay. Have we missed our flag? I think we might have. Oh no, there's our flag right there. Bonnie sovereignty right there. Still only 28 kilometres away. Receding into the distance. Bye-bye. It was brief but fun. Thank you for having us. Okay. 4.7 kilometres. Okay. 3 kilometres, 2 kilometres, 1.6 kilometres away. Okay. There we go. So, we're approaching the ship 1,000 metres away. I've yet to see Bonnie Langford out at the shops, although theoretically I should do. Okay, 100. Right, let's brake. Hit the brakes. Okay, so we're now travelling towards them at 3.6 metres per second. Let's get ourselves more aligned. There we go, 1.5 metres per second. Fine. Okay. And we've got monopropellant, have we? All right. And is that there? Is the docking port facing us already? I think it is. I think I've aligned us really well. Well done, me. Okay. Ooh. We have a vague Bonnie Langford collection. I've seen her judging a dog show on numerous occasions. Yeah, weirdly, the port for the mothership is wide open and willing and ready to take us in, which is good. Did I run the science buoy on the surface? I bloody didn't, did I? Frig. I didn't run any of those instruments on the surface. Well, it's done now. Can't go back. What a waste of time. Idiot. Oh, my God, I can't believe I forgot to... Okay. Well, I can believe it. All too bloody believable. Ah, well. We'll just have to leave it down there. Oh, that's annoying. Reload the autosave. I've committed to the bit now. It's only a few... It'll only be a few extra couple of hundred bits of science. You know, look, we're here now. If I was going to start, what it is, honestly, I've got to be careful with my reloads because I could have reloaded, I could have reloaded the moon buggy tipping over. It might be quite arbitrary, my reloading thing, but there isn't any jeopardy if I'm just going to cheat my way out of everything. So yeah, you're right. A reload would definitely be a good idea, but I'm not going to do that. We'll go with we are where we are. Right. This is less aligned than it was, isn't it? Let's try and get you lined up. Okay, point the nose towards it. Yes. Lovely. Now, RCS. Now adjust. There we go. That should be, apart from it being a bit of a weird angle, that should be intercepting it quite nicely, apart from the weird angle. Well, we can bounce it off the sides a bit and hopefully it'll take. Yeah, it's not making it easy for us, is it? Okay, let's just nudge it. Boink. And hopefully the magnets will align. It's quite sexy, isn't it? Come on. Just give it tiny little thrusts to force our way. Not force our way, to find ourselves welcomed in. Willingly. Okay, it's getting creepy now. Why don't we withdraw and try and go back in again? Pull it all the way out and then try and go back in again. I think this is how avians have sex, isn't it? It's all about having two cloacas grinding away at each other. Feels like there's a niche on YouTube for this sort of footage, isn't there? Welcome to up close docking port action. Oh, I've got a good feeling about this one. No. Jesus. What does it want? Oh, that looks... Oh, that's a bit of rubbing going on there, a bit of chafing. Needs to get some Vaseline on that. Oh, gosh. Careful. Like prom night. Careful, you'll leave it red raw. Oh, yay! We docked. Unlike prom night, we've docked. There we go. Lovely. Well, that made me feel vaguely uncomfortable. Good. We are bonded. Good. Right, no more close-ups of wide open docking ports. Unless you want to just replay it on the VOD. Be my guest. Okay. Oh. We've lost all of our panels from the mothership. All right, okay. So yeah, this is the point at which I realised I've got... oh, God. I've got fuel in here and fuel in here. What do I want to do? I think what I want to do... Do I want to drain the liquid fuel out of my lander and put it into my nuclear engines? Or do I just use my lander to get home and then just empty it out? Let's do that. That reminds me of got to watch Ghost. Yeah, I think let's shut down these nuclear engines for now. Let's shut them down. Let's use Apollo 13 style. Let's use the engines from the landing craft to get us home. And then when they have expired, we'll switch to nuclear. Yeah, I've got to show my kids Ghost, but I will be fast forwarding the pottery sex because obviously, you know, I live in 2026 and I don't have to watch awkward sex scenes with my family anymore. Those days are gone, thankfully. My daughter gets very frustrated, though. Like watching The Terminator, and then they have sex. What? Not watching it with you, not watching it. Okay, so... Although Hot Shots Part 2, I forgot that had a sex scene in it, and that packed quite a punch. More than I remember. Anyway, good. Let's stop talking about watching sex scenes of children. It's not a great... look. Okay, let's head back to Kerbin. Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Should we wait for a better position. Let's have a look. Our transfer window. Our transfer parent is the Sun. Our transfer origin is Juna. Our transfer target is Kerbin. Oh dear. I have some bad news. 412-day wait until the planets are aligned. Well, that might mean that they were aligned. They're pretty much aligned now. So let's see. Either they're going to have to wait. Oh, you might be able to do it, actually. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Right, let's plan our exit. Let's go. 5 minutes. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's plan our exit. Hello, hello, Chiral Drifter. Excellent to see you. I hope all is well with you. Very nice to see you again. Hello. Ooh. Oh, now. Ooh. Sorry, the reason I keep on saying ooh is I might be able to get a hell of a gravity kick back to Kerbin if I do this right, but I'm going to have to increase the amount of calculating this does. Where's my... It's not conic patch limit, is it anyway? It's at the maximum. How do I increase the amount of calculation? Conic patch limit 6. Is that it? Is that the maximum it's going to be? Or is it in another setting? Crew respawn timer. Oh, that's how Jeb survived. Do you remember way back at the start a few weeks ago, Jeb Kerman died in a fiery accident? We RIP'd him. Farewell, Jeb Kerman. I didn't reload that one either. I was happy to leave him dead. This has been set. Missing crews respawn. Crew respawn timer in 2 hours. They're guaranteed to respawn. Turn that off. What's dead should stay dead. Right, Jeb got away with it. Jeb got resurrected. There will not be any more. Okay. Well, I was wondering about that. I was wondering how that had happened. Okay. Well, I didn't find the setting I was looking for, but I have now ensured mortality. Oh, I did find the setting I was looking for. Here it is. And does that mean that... Does this go out to... Okay, fine. How far I go, oh, da-da-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. It calls me. Okay. Okay. So if I set Kerbin as the target, if I set Kerbin as the target, ha ha ha. Okay, so if I set Kerbin as the target, we're going to miss it. In fact, not only are we going to miss Kerbin, what comes out of the ground ain't what you put in the ground. If we launch for Kerbin now, it's the worst possible time. once we get here, Kerbal will be on the opposite side of the sun. Sorry, guys, it is going to actually be another 400 days until you get back. We could have kept them on the surface. Think of all the science we could have been doing on the surface. Hey-ho. Let's add the alarm and let's... Well, I'll tell you what. You've got the Travel Scrabble. You've got the Travel Trivial Pursuit. You've got Mastermind. 412 days should fly by. Watch. They're professionals. They're meant to. They've trained for this. They've trained for being left for well over a year, smelling each other's gases. Really getting to know the inside of each other's colons at this point. I imagine the salt and vinegar crisps have run out about now. Onto the cheese and onion. Some people's favourite. I obviously I like cheese and onion. Just a bit claggy. Salt and vinegar breath as well. Okay, cheese and onion breath, not great. As they are now discovering. And there goes the cheesy onion. It really is now the too peppery taste of prawn cocktail crisps and the dreaded smoky bacon. 227 days to go. Prawn cocktail and smoky bacon. Now just the smoky bacon. Although I think Aloli might have found a half a bag of Whatsits down the side of her seat, but she's not telling anyone about that. Of course, probably, do they not have cheese and onion? They've got through that. Salt and vinegar went first, then cheese and onion, then the too peppery prawn cocktail, and now it's smoky bacon. They have actually got a large amount of Smith's salt and shake crisps, but they're all eschewing those on account of it being a stupid idea. Mind you, with 55 days to go, and they've noticed that Aloli has the distinctive Whatsit hands. She's been stirring the oxygen in the tanks, leaving little orange dusty smears. So they know. They know. In fact, tensions are reaching a murderous point, and then all of a sudden, a sound is heard that for a while none of them can remember what it means. It is, of course, the alarm that tells them that 420 days have passed and they are now due to return to Kerbin, and not a second too soon. Okay, I hope you guys have had the best time orbiting Ike. We've had 3 prime ministers in that time. You've missed a very depressing time in the Kerbal world. Okay, let's get home, shall we? Right. There we go. Something like that. When I cross that line, there we are. This should. Well, we are not gonna hit this manoeuvre exactly, But there we go. Theoretically, with this one manoeuvre in this tight orbit around Ike, if we execute this manoeuvre perfectly, it will send us straight back to Kerbin. Canva. Is that like a templatey thing? Make your own template here. If it ain't Photoshop, I don't want to know about it, obviously. If it's not Photoshop...
But I ain't spending any time on it.
To make people believe they can design. Past that point now, aren't we? We're no longer taking off, of course. We are, of course, now in space.
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
That's what I said. Start the burn in 26 minutes. All right, well, if you could keep the remains of your crisps down until then. So what have we got here? Oh, that's interesting. So this should... Oh, we're definitely going to have enough fuel to get back is the good news. In fact, the fuel in our lander, in our over-engineered lander, is basically enough to get us home. You know... Belt and braces. Oh, that's a nice junerize, sir.
Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well. Good one.
Claude wants... Yeah, Claude, me and Claude have got... I tell you what, I am quite a fan of Claude. Claude's quite charming because he doesn't do pictures at all. After completing a day of me and Claude working together to get a PHP forum back online, once we finished, I said to Claude, could you make me I should... let me see if I can find it because it was genuinely charming. I asked it to make a commemorative picture to celebrate me and Claude working together to solve the problem. He said, I can't do pictures, I can make you a representation using SVG shapes. And it was like a slightly backward 3-year-old handing me a crumpled bit of paper and me having to pretend to be very proud and telling it I was going to stick it to my fridge. It was possibly one of the worst pieces of art I've ever seen, and it was charming. I'm fine with AI if it's just adorably shite. Yeah. I signed up to a burner account because I do experiment with AI. I do despise it, but I'm also drawn to it. I did sign up with a burner account to Grok. Get that doing some image generation. It's shit. It's shite compared to Copilot. And I'm not, pro Copilot or anything. Oh, God. We've got a disaster. We're going the wrong way. We are controlling this from the wrong direction. Oh, right. Yeah, that's classic. Okay. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Copilot, but it's clearly better than Grok. Ugh. Quite noticeably so as well. Anyway. PowerShell and SQL scripts I can't be bothered to figure out for myself. If I'm obviously full disclosure, this channel is mainly AI free, but the C, I can't even bloody remember what language it is. The C, not C sharp, the other one, C++ inside this arcade machine for the routing has been, I needed a bit of help with that. What I do is, as a kind of mitigation, I get it to put a comment on. On every line of code that tells me exactly what it's doing, so I can try and convince myself that I'm learning, and I'll do it myself next time. Yeah, I'm a little bit of a vibe coder and I am ashamed of it. But I tell you what, I could not have got that forum back online without Claude. No way. No way. It is good at writing comments, yeah. And also, I got it to write a full technical report to give to the client afterwards to explain exactly what had happened. Very good technical report. I couldn't have done better myself. Gotta hand it, like the terrorist group ISIL, you gotta hand it to it. Hello, Nate Sir 23. Good to see you. I hope you're very well. Crusader Kings III will be back when the new DLC is out. When I'm able to cosplay as a cardinal and when I'm able to cosplay as groups of men in red robes having whispered theological arguments, I'm right back on Crusader Kings III. Cannot wait to go ecclesiastical. Oh, have I run out of fuel? I've run out of oxidizer. Right, okay. That's fine. Okay, good. Let's... All right, okay. Shush. Right, so we've run out of oxidizer in these engines. These engines are now useless. Shite. Okay, all right. Let's... Stop. Let's drain these engines then. Let's get these engines drained and get the nuclear engines filled with this fuel. This is not a great point to be doing this manoeuvre in the middle of another manoeuvre, but, well, we are where we are. All right. So, can't normally watch the streams. I'm sorry about... Although there are VODs as well, but... well, it's good to see you today, anyway. Always nice. Are you going to flip the ship when we switch to nukes? Absolutely. In fact, the ship was flipped before, which is what I did wrong. Also, I'm loading these tanks really asymmetrically as well. But sod it, I'll sort that out in a sec. Which I think is the... I think that's the motto of our space agency. Sod it, that'll do. Sod it, I'll sort it out later. Okay, so those tanks are now drained. We can get rid of you. There we go. All right, so I've now got these useless engines that I don't need or want, that I'm now just going to... Oh, such a pain. And yeah, it's a real pain. Yeah, we're just going to push these dead engines back to Kerbin completely uselessly. Poor design there. Poor design. All right, so I've now got... Let's switch orientations. Let's control from here. And let's try and continue this manoeuvre. Now, my tanks, my Tommy tanks, are going to be very asymmetrical. And I suspect it's going to be hard... Ooh, pardon... to keep this thing straight. Anyway, let's lock this. Lock. Let's activate these engines. Activate, and activate. Right, let's see what happens if I hit go. Not too bad. Yeah, there is a little bit of instability. But I've had worse. Okay. All right, let's finish this manoeuvre and see where we end up. I think it's going to be a dog's dinner because, well, you've seen it. You saw what we were doing. Are we going to have a nice flyby of Juna as a goodbye? That'd be good. Okay. What's our trajectory? Oh, good. That's not too bad, actually. That's not too bad. We're due to... Yeah, we're due to... And we're going to get a nice flyby of Juna. Isn't that good? All right, then. Let's get ourselves the hell out of this system and then head home. Say goodbye to Ike, everyone. Oh, actually, is there any more EVA we can get while we're here? Hi over Ike. You've recorded your observations. Great. Since we forgot to get science from the bloody surface... Oh, I'm so cross about that. Let's just try and get some compensation science from this location. Log the pressure data. Yep, take the data. Observe the mystery goo. And collect the data. Did I say collect data? Yes, collect the data and then restore. Okay. And a thermometer as well. Let's get the thermometer read. Log the temperature. Yes. Take the data. Okay. And let's get the science read as well. The useless science module that yet again I forgot to use when we were landed. Okay, we'll do that and then we'll collect the data. Thank you. And then restore it. Great. Right. Back we go. Don't break the solar panels. We're running out of those. We're running out of them. Yeah, just get back inside. Thanks. Okay. So, goodbye, Ike. Maybe we will see you again, he lied. Okay, we're now out of Ike's influence and we're heading towards Juna. So let's give Juna a little flyby. Oh, actually, that's another good point. Aloli, can we get some data high above Juna if we haven't already got that? An EVA report? Ah, we've already done this, haven't we? We did this last time. It's fine. As you were, back inside. All right, let's swing by. There we go. Where's our periapsis? 9 minutes. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. There you go. There we go. There we go. A nice view of the planet Juna as it gives us a little nudge. It swings us back to Kerbin. Right. Off we go. See you later, Juna. Thank you very much. We'll probably be back to you later. See ya. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. You hang up. No, you hang up. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye. See ya. Bye. Cheers. Bye. Bye. Right, we're gone. Good. We've left. Let's correct our course and get back to Kerbin then. All right, so... What is wrong with me? See the light, it's shining. No one knows how far it goes. Right, here we are. Here's Kerbin, and here is our return. So we are due to fly past Kerbin, very high up, very inclined, and then leave. So let's sort out how we want to do this instead. So I'm using the node to adjust my predicted journey. So let's bring the periapsis down to the equator. There we go. That's a bit more equatorial. Oh, shit. Sorry. And stop. There we go. Wow, that was pretty good, actually. Well done, me. All right, so from that node back there, with a 27 metres per second burn, we will be entering the Kerbin system right on the more or less on the equatorial inclination, which means we can dock with Gloucester. Good. Let's skip to that node, in fact. Let's not hang around. Let's get back home. Well, and we can always well, we've got plenty of fuel, haven't we? We could always have aerobraked as well, but we've got plenty. What I do want to do, I do want to dock with Gloucester, because it'd be good to drop some fuel off there. Also, we don't actually have any way of re-entering at the moment, so I will be sending up our plane. I was just thinking, I think we're going to have to add another passenger compartment to the plane. To fit everyone on, but that's all right. We can do that. Okay, so let's do this correction burn to bring us close to the Kerbal equator and lock. Okay, where are we? Okay, so let's do this. Oh, there it is. Thank God for that. I was thinking, where's my actual trajectory? Here it is. Okay. I've just got the engines on very gently. There we go. You can see like 1% engines, which is more than enough for this to be a manageable speed. Okay. Interesting. Ah, here it comes. Yeah, I knew I should have faith in the node. And beautiful. Beautiful work. Oh, I'm pleased with that. Great. Right, that's us due. That's us due for Kerbal. Very, very 309 days. There we go. And then that can be in a nice, that can get itself into a nice circular orbit and everyone will be happy. Brilliant. Okay, 309 days. Let's get their rescue rocket ready, shall we? So we've already got a shuttle. Or rather, we've got a plane that can be rocketed up into orbit and then glide back down. It's massively underpowered. I tried to re-enter it yesterday, pardon, and it was too low. Basically, I buggered up the calculations and it re-entered the atmosphere beautifully, but far too early. And for reasons of tedium, we ditched it in the sea because I couldn't be bothered to fly it home. So let's see. The paper aeroplane 4. Okay. So this has... What's capacity does this have? This has capacity 4. How many? Is it 2 here and 2 here? So it's got capacity for 4. Oh, isn't that all right then? Mark II inline cockpit. Hang on, has this got capacity for 4 Kerbals? Yes. Oh, that's all right then. We don't need to add more people. So what was the problem with this plane? The only problem with it was that it was pathetic, wasn't it? That the engines were weak and puny. But I think at the moment they're the best we've got. Panther. They are Panther. Yeah, they're all right. Yeah, they're the best we've got. Okay, fine. Well, in that case, let's No, actually, in that case, let's just get them home. Let's just get them home. Get our people home. It's all that matters. On the contrary, I think this will be our finest hour. Okay. I like Ike 3, orbiting the sun. That's the one. Let's fly this and let's get them home. Okay. Christ knows what they're going to eat. They've worked their way through the bumper pack. I don't know if anything else was packed. I'm sure there's some muck underneath their fingernails that might be able to keep them going. Okay, let's set a new alarm clock for the next sphere of influence change. Yes, please. And then let's set another alarm clock for our next node. There we go. All right. Off we go then. Maximum speed. Here we go. So we can see them leaving Juno behind as their orbit now takes them closer to the sun. Here comes Kerbin. So, of course, we're on the outside track. Kerbin are on the inside track. See, we're leaving Juno behind fairly slowly. And here comes Kerbin. Here it comes. Moon Rover 7. That is, that's our Sky Crane. I should delete it really because it's quite confusing. That's our Sky Crane, which is now was so powerful when it took off from the moon. It is now orbiting the sun as its own little entity. It's quite sweet, really. I think it is I think it has got a dish on it as well, so it is functioning as a relay. Comnet's next. We've got to get some satellites deployed because I'm going to bring Comnet online and it's going to make our lives more difficult. Okay, so you can see here we're about 2/3 of the way to Kerbin and getting closer. Passing by various asteroids. Again, that is another goal for the future, to capture an asteroid and land it at the Space Centre. Okay. Here we are. And so after another 300 days, this whole mission has been well over 2 years. But here we come, approaching the influence of the planet Kerbin. Okay, there it is. There is our home. There's Kerbin and there's the moon. Let's enter their realm. Okay. So we're coming towards Kerbin at an astonishing speed. 5, 4, 3, 2. Slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. Here we are. Okay, 1 hour to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we're approaching Kerbin from the height of Juna. So we need to slow down. Obviously, right now, at this exact point, we are due to just whiz right past Kerbin and head right back out into the solar system again. Start the burn in 20 seconds. All right, I've probably pulled out of that a bit quickly, didn't I? Okay. So here we go. Circularizing our orbit in 12 seconds. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And fire. All right, we are now officially getting ourselves into orbit. Let's take the alarm clock off. We don't need that anymore. Okay. So we can see here. We can see our orbit is currently, as you can, oh wow, blimey. As you can see, our orbit is currently flying us out of the system, but the more that we fire retrograde, the further and further away that happens. So you can see Kerbin escape here is 4 days 1 hour, 4 days 2 hour, 4 days 3 hour, etc. As we fire retrograde and we slow down, the time until we leave the system increases at an exponential rate, more or less, until it no longer happens. So that's 6 days until we leave Kerbin, 7 days, 8 days, 9 days, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There we go, done. So we are now locked onto Kerbin as our mummy, and because we're at the periapsis, our apoapsis is dropping. Quite a lot of encounters with the moon there. If I was showboating, we could have used the moon as another break, but life's short, isn't it? And so's this stream. Here we go. So this is bringing our apoapsis down, and obviously we just want this to be a circular orbit, because we are going to meet up with the controversial Lisby Kerman in her orbiting space station, the Gloucester Services. I need to change the icon for Gloucester Services to be a space station icon. No, I take it I haven't got any more fuel in these tanks. Oh, there is a bit, actually. Oh, there's quite a lot of liquid fuel in here. Oh, okay. All right. No. So I'm going to guess that one of these engines is about to flame out, and I'll just have to get some more fuel from the rest of the ship. Fuel that my liquid fuel is scattered all over this bloody ship now. Because, as I say, I didn't put that much thought into this stage of the mission, although it is obviously the least mission critical bit of the mission. You know, at least we're basically home now. Right, that engine's flamed out, so that means we need to replenish that. 1, 2, 3. All right, good. Carry on. I'd love one. That'd be amazing. Book the train ticket now. Don't say that. I actually do want one. Don't make me go and feed the cats. Oh, there goes that engine again. Oh, we're nearly there. Oh, hang on. Oh, bloody instability. Stop. Right, let's get this engine. Oh. Where can I steal some fuel from? They're all nearly out anyway. Nearly time to ditch these engines anyway. They're all nearly out of fuel. Done. Great. That's us in a lovely tight orbit. Here we are. Right. Let's meet up with Lisby because we have to set it as the target. All right then. Orbital node is fine. All is basically fine. Okay, so why don't I set the node here? We'll straighten it out a little bit. Okay, very good. And then what do we want to do? Do we want to just leave this? Yeah, nice. That's actually pretty good. There we go. All right. Okay. So that's in 2 days. So you've got another 2 days of watching the world go by. I can think of worse. 48 hours. Okay. Let's get you fast forwarded to that point. Well, that is... All right, that's a little bit... Oof. Okay, I'm trying not to think about it. It's making me feel motion sick. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Right, one more little burn and we should be close to meeting Lisby. I'm pretty sure we can just dump most of this engine nonsense as well. In fact, I can dump. Okay. So do I need the nuclear engines anymore? I don't think I do. I think we can just now cruise in on our conventional engines. So let's refill this central fuel tank with all the liquid fuel from all of these engines. Let's do that. So we'll have you and you and you and you and you and ba 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 and you and you and you. All right, in we go. All right, I'm getting a cuppa. I'm getting a cup of coffee, and that's your fault almost. That's your fault. I'm just sitting here just wanting one now. I'll be 2 minutes. I'll be 2 minutes. I'll just lie and say I'm feeding the cats. I'm not. I'm getting a coffee. Cheers.
Bunny.
No!
All right. Has that fuel tank done its business yet? Yes, good, lovely. Right, so does that mean we have got oxidizer, don't we? Actually, we're not out. Are we out of oxidizer? Is all my oxidizer gone? Oh, maybe we don't have enough. Hang on, have I messed this up? Have we got all liquid fuel, no oxidizer? It looks like it. Oh. Oh. Oops. Might have made a mistake. Oops. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay. So I didn't realise I had actually just used up all my oxidizer. So these engines are completely useless. All right, well, okay, fine. All of that was a waste of time. All right, okay, let's undo what I've just done. Shite. All right, fine. In you come. There we go. All right. There we go. I liked Trump musing that the giant UFC arena erected on the White House lawn, like some fucking parody. He was implying that might be a permanent feature. God, I hope it is. That'd be amazing. Be what everyone deserves. Okay. It's not the optimal timeline, is it? In Britain, we do have an exact moment where the timeline went bad, and that's this one.
That was a disaster. Should never have put me with that woman.
That woman.
Whose
that
idea was that?
bloody woman.
No, I can see her.
Sue, I think.
Sue. Sue.
They're just ridiculous.
When the Prime Minister was confronted by a bigoted woman, called her bigoted in a private conversation, and lost an election. These Eastern Europeans, where are they all coming from? Oh, well, Eastern Europe. She was just asking legitimate questions about where Eastern Europeans are from. We need to respect these people and their legitimate concerns. Right, let's stop talking about the worst people in the world. Let's land this. Okay, so, right, we're back on nuclear engines again after shoving the fuel around for no good reason. Excellent. So, do I shut down these engines? Yeah, let's shut down that engine. Shut down that engine. Shut down that engine. Shut down that engine. Okay. And that one? Yeah. 2, 3. And we got that one still active. Okay. Let's shut that one down. All right. When are we going to intercept with Lisby? Very soon. In fact, that will happen in 25 minutes. Great. Well, in that case, let's head back to the Space Centre and send up the shuttle that's going to get these 4 Kerbonauts back onto the ground with their precious cargo of science. Let's get that shuttle up. Now, I have already built a shuttle, but it was massively over. There was an entire stage that we didn't need. So I think all I need to do here is get the old paper aeroplane launcher and take a stage off of it. And that should be even better. So let's open that up. We made this yesterday, didn't we? So let's have a look. Paper Aeroplane 4. Yeah, there we go. Paper Aeroplane 4. Oh, there you go. Paper Aeroplane 3 launcher. Okay. Very gold, isn't it? Blimey. Okay, so there's an entire stage we didn't need, which was... think it was... We don't need this stage. I think if we just do this... Well, there's a bit of an issue with it clipping, isn't there? But you get the idea. If we bring these down... Whoop, oh, that's better. That's actually looking... That actually looks like a real... That looks like a legitimate thing. That looks like a thing that might actually launch. Okay, very nice, very nice. So we launch da-da-da-da-da and you, and then we take those off, and then we launch that. Okay, great. Let's go for it then. The paper aeroplane. Four, I guess. Except I can't rename it. Oh, sod it, let's just go. Sod it, let's just go. Oh, hang on, I've put Kerbals in there. I didn't want Kerbals in there. Actually, can they just... No. I was going to say, maybe I can get them to just jump out of the cockpit on the launch pad, but then they'll have to run away because they'll just get incinerated by the launch. Like that bit in The Martian where they go to the head of NASA with a pen and a ball and explain how orbits work. Right. No Kerbals on board, thank you. No Jeb, no Ermund. We're going to autopilot this up and manually pilot it down. Okay. Oh, better get ready for launch. For takeoff, sorry. T for takeoff. All right, okay. We're ready. Oh, it's a night launch, is it? Oh, well, never mind. Sod it. Okay, let's go. We're on a timer, aren't we? Don't we have an alarm clock going off? Oh, we should have an alarm clock. Oh, sod it. Right, let's go. 10. Oh, hang on. I've done this, haven't I?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
I'm ready. And you're ready. Fish and plankton, sea greens and protein from the sea.
Let's take our clothes off first before they freeze on us.
Thank you for your protein. Almost, Matt. Thank you very, very much for your 100 channel points. I'll give you some sea greens from the sea. Get your bitties out. All right. Let's get this pointing in a pointy direction. Should we roll it? Whee! Too much rolling. Now it's gone out of control. You had to take it too far, didn't you? You had to take it... Showing off to your friends again, Edward. You had to take it too far. Come on, let's just get this up into space. Okay. Better not fuck up now, I know. Oh, what, now you've incentivized me. Sorry about launching this at night, by the way. But, you know, if it's the worst thing that's happened to you all day, then consider yourself lucky. Alright, it's getting hot. It's heating up on the old atmosphere. Let's punch our way through. Alright, our solids are about... Oh, we've still got loads of solids left and we have reached space. So let's point this bugger sideways and try and control this orbit before it goes too high. It's a lot of heat. That's too much heat. I think it's going to explode. Oh, God. Right, something's exploded. Oh, that'd be everything exploding. All right. That was two... I'll admit mistakes have been made there. That was... Oh, actually, we might be all right. I think we might survive this, you know. Yeah, the boosters have flown off. Is it the end of the world? I'm not sure it is. I think... In fact, those boosters flying off weirdly might have helped us. Okay. We're still intact and we're still all right. I'm just waiting for us to hit space and then I'll turn the lights on. But yeah, the ship has sort of fallen apart. But oddly... I'm thinking it might not be terminal. I will turn the lights off in a moment. Lights on in a moment. 4, 3, 2, 1. Right, let's turn the lights on. And how are we doing? Do we have... Yeah, we do. So we get rid of that. And we've still got an engine here. Yeah, I think we're fine. I think the mission is still go. I think the mission is still go. All right. Let's... 3 minutes till we're at the apoapsis. Not too bad. Let's get ourselves aligned. Let's whiz through time so that we're 1 minute from the apoapsis. Debris raining down around us. Okay. And... I take it that's this engine. Yeah, activate that engine. We've done all right, I think. Okay, it is... All right, I see. Yes. That's the problem. We're very, very lopsided. Oh, well. If I put this on half throttle, how's our monopropellant? Oh, I complained about the monopropellant last time, didn't I? I said we didn't have enough and I should put more on. I'm a moron for not doing it. Okay. Okay. So it's not obviously quite what we were after for this launch, but we are... Our damaged craft... Oh, actually, let's just get these solar panels extended. Our damaged craft can still get to the destination. Okay. Mission is still a go. Looks vaguely sinister, doesn't it? So we're pissing away. It's not too bad, actually. We are pissing away. So this monopropellant that you can see flying out of it, that's just to keep it stable. That's to keep it on course. So I've got the throttle at sort of 70%. If it goes too much, then we're just going to go off course. And so we're fighting the motion of this engine with this RCS keeping the nose down. Really not a very efficient way of reaching orbit, but obviously with the ship falling apart, it's the best we can do. I hope nothing vital came off the actual plane. I don't think it did. Well, I guess we can find out. All right. Going to take a little bit longer to get there than planned. If you're wondering what our orbit looks like, we are behind the apoapsis, so it's not, we're not in an ideal situation, but as I'm so fond of saying, we are where we are. Another motto for the space agency. That's the bit that came off. Wonder what that was. Was that a docking port? Possibly. Well, who cares? Be nice to see the sun at some point, wouldn't it? I've done this entire orbit in darkness. Probably would have saved time just to scrub the mission and start it again, but, you know. If it's still viable, we should still go for it. Doesn't look hugely symmetrical, does it? In fact, you can really see that this is shite. It's on a weird angle, isn't it? There's your problem. There's your stability problems right there. We are where we are is a song lyric. I don't know, actually. I don't even know. Yeah, as this timeline has gone on, I just find myself saying it more and more. For my own sanity, really. Yeah, this. Remind me not to send this up again until I've sorted out our angles, because that's pretty disgraceful. While we're finding it as hard as we are to get there. Anyway, we're all right. Okay, minus 85. We're nearly in orbit. I've certainly got plenty of fuel anyway. Far it goes. Yeah. Well, the alternative to we are where we are, it is what it is. The alternative is to do something about it. I'm not really prepared to. Sorry, Sir David Attenborough. I'm washing my yoghurt pots, but, you know, the polar ice caps are beyond my sphere of influence, as are the intentions of the voting public. Right, 70,000 metres. We are now in an actual orbit. Let's get this periapsis down to 100 and then we can rest. Well, actually, maybe 90's enough. Oh, 90's enough. That'll do. Sod it. There we go. Right, turn the RCS off. How much of that have we... Oh, we've lost nearly all of our RCS. We drained nearly all of our RCS doing that. All right. Okay. I mean, again, we are where we are. Right, so we've now got two ships in orbit. We've got I Like Ike, and we've got Gloucester Services, and we've got the paper aeroplane also in the same vicinity. So let's try and dock these both pretty much at the same time. Let's switch to I Like Ike. Let's get I Like Ike docking with Gloucester Services, and then we can ditch the fuel that we didn't spend. Okay. Oh, right. I stand corrected. The I Like Ike is just very gently orbiting the planet. And in 15 minutes, it's going to be in a position to dock. So I'll leave that for the moment. I've set an alarm clock for it. Let's get this ship on the way. Okay, so right, let's plot this then. So we're heading towards Lisby, aren't we? Yes, we are. We might as well, in that case then, we might as well... Let's warp here, shall we? Great. Okay. So we should be able to see the Gloucester Services ahead of us. Where are they? We should be able to see them as a little green square. Where? Where is the square? Where is the square? Right there. A little square with clogs on. Well, I declare. Going clip, clippity, clop on the stair. Right there. Okay. All right. Oh, I hadn't set it as a target. That's why. Oh, I had set it as a target. All right, let's just get this thing bloody pointing the right way, and then we'll sort out where this target is. Okay, so if I switch to target, there we go. So we are heading. Are we heading towards it? Distance. Yes, we are heading towards it. Okay, so if I speed up time. Oh, I see. I understand. I see. I see. I got it. Right. There's the target. That's where we're headed. But I want to do this. Yeah, we've just got no bloody control. That's the problem. Because it's so unstable. I wonder... And it's not just that. We've burnt through all of the monopropellants, so it really is quite a bad situation. Okay. Ein kleiner Muss op. Yes. Ich sag ein Muss. War da op die Trap. War op die Trap. No da. Ein kleiner Muss op plomp. Yes. Is that right? Or was that a hate crime? It'll do. Thank you. Very kind. I am faffing here, and I'm annoyed at myself for the faffing, and I'm going to plan this properly. Sorry about that, everyone. That was a bit of a waste of everyone's life as I just sort of farted around. Let's get this done properly. All right, so wallop, bang, bang, bang. There we go. Got it, got it, got it. Let's just do this properly. Let's just plan these nodes properly rather than trying to be clever. Okay. Okay. Well, I declare. Okay. All right. That'll do. Okay. That's that node. That's a 2-hour node. So let's set an alarm clock for that. And now let's flick between the I Like Ike and the paper aeroplane as we both dock with Lisby. So let's fast forward time again. And let's jump to the I Like Ike, which has a maneuver node to be obeying. And I think maybe this is the I Like Ike coming into dock. Here we go. Lost to services, unset the target. All right, we're good, we're good, we're good. All right, so we are 3.5 kilometres from Gloucester services. Let's point our... Are we travelling towards it or away from it? We are travelling away from it. Okay, so let's get ourselves pointed... No, the other way. Let's get ourselves pointed... Oh, actually, which one are we... Oh, yeah, we're using nuclears, aren't we? Let's get ourselves pointed... at the target. There we go. I'm guessing that my pro grade is somewhere around here. God, it really... Oh, dear. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. Lock. So let's point my nose in this direction. And activate the engines. Drag the old prograde towards the target. And stop. And lock. Okay. So we are now heading towards the target at 15 meters per second. Excellent. Okay. Let's go retrograde so we can slow this down. Huh. A tad bit.
But you've asked me to do it, so I'll do it.
I said tad bit, not do it. Oh, John. Right, 3.1 kilometres. Here we go. 2.9, 2.5. Okay. And we'll carry on getting closer and closer. Let's just deflect our retrograde onto our anti-target. There we go. 2.2 kilometres away and getting closer. We don't need that anymore. 7, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. 1,000 metres to go. Let's close the gap. That's good. And this has got loads of monopropellant on it, hasn't it? Yeah, plenty. Good. All right, let's head towards the target and then we can RCS our way in. Now, what I'm going to do is, at the last moment, when we're pressed up against our target, I'm going to split this ship in two again and then dock both sides with the station. So let's switch to RCS and adjust this. Okay, lovely.
Fred's got plenty. Arthur's got plenty. We've all got plenty. Plenty to go round. My wife's got what it takes.
So that reminds me, I watched a really interesting video yesterday. So I thought it was only the British or Europeans or whatever who in the 70s or 80s would have adverts for generic products, such as just adverts for cheese or adverts for pork like that, or adverts for beef. Like they weren't for a specific brand of pork or beef. It was just a general buy more pork, buy more cheese. In Britain, these were, because we were kind of a socialist country 50 years ago, we had the Board of British Pork, the British Nonce Council, etc. Would pay. Obviously, your pork farmers would pay the council money to represent them. But basically, we had sort of government-founded councils that had advertising space on telly, telling you just buy more cheese, buy more pork. They had the same in America. They had cheese board commercials in America because Jimmy Carter bailed out, towards the end of his presidency, he bailed out American dairy farmers, gave them massive subsidies, and so as a consequence they made too much cheese. There was this vast surplus of cheese that was owned by the American government as a consequence of paying the farmers to make too much cheese. And Ronald Reagan inherited a cheese mountain. and there were proper government discussions about what to do with all of this vast mountain of cheese that they had in warehouses. The primary idea was just to dump it in the sea like Futurama. Just literally just get all the cheese and just dump it in the Atlantic. There was a lot of persuading, and as you can imagine, with people like Ronald Reagan, this was sort of an anathema. In the end, they were persuaded to give away the cheese to the poor for very little money. American cheese caves largely refers to a vast sprawling underground cold storage facility in Springfield, Missouri, hosting hundreds of millions of pounds of the country's dairy surplus. Because cheese was so incredibly cheap and plentiful, it's what got Domino's Pizza. Not only gave Domino's Pizza the leg up, it also got Domino's Pizza into schools because of low cheese prices. But yeah, they ended up just selling the cheese to companies that then used their cheap cheese to get their foot in the door, get their foot in the capitalism door. But yes, Reagan did not want to give the cheese away to the poor. Far better to give vast amounts of money to advertising executives to just make the public like cheese more. Why don't we just encourage the public to just eat twice as much cheese as before? Then we can sell it. Anyway. Interesting. I did not know about the American cheese caves. I've got to hurry up with this, haven't I? I've been talking about cheese. Okay, so we are nearly at the space station. I thought I liked cheese because I like cheese. No, it's Reagan's fault. The answer to literally everything ever is still applicable to cheese. Good documentary on that. Can't remember the name. I want to watch that documentary. Cheese Pilled. Yeah. Also, Reagan did Doge, but it got blocked by Congress, where one of his election campaigns was he was going to get people from the private sector in to go through the US government and find efficiency savings in the US government, CEOs from the private sector, which Congress prevented happening because it's clearly a terrible idea. A different time. All right, so here we are approaching Lisby's sinister hidey hole. Right, let's get ourselves a lot of commercials for the beef industry. Yeah, where's the beef? Would that be the same principle? Mountains and mountains of subsidised beef. Unwilling to give it to the poor. Right, let's get these docked, shall we? Let's separate threats of nuclear war and an infinite supply of cheese and beef. Let's get these... Hang on, let me just quickly save this in case I cut this up. Let's get these docked, shall we? Undock. Here we go. All right. So let's get our... Oh, this is our little nuclear... Our little nuclear shunter. Yeah, this nuclear shunter is going to be quite useful, actually. So let's stick with you. Okay. So nuclear shunter, which port are you going to use? Why don't you use that port there? Always good to ask permission before using a port. Okay. Let's switch to RCS and let's get port side. You're a nuclear shunter. All right, let's get this port wide open and willing, ready for its big day. Let's control from here. You can target. Set as target. If you could make yourself available, that would be awesome. Death by cheese and meat is not a bad way to go, no. I think I'm already halfway there. Oh, this is a wobbly station. We've already got quite a lot of fuel on here, haven't we? Yeah. Okay, great. Let's go then. We'll control you from here, and we're targeting that port. Okay, let's get shifting. What did they do with the actual cheese? Yeah. You know when Homer Simpson... I can't eat American cheese. It's not that I don't like it. I did a Homer Simpson one night while watching Penn and Teller on Channel 4, bizarre what you remember. We had a big packet of slices of American cheese, and I just ate it all, slice by slice. I could not stop myself. This is a long time ago. The life I've led, eh? I just could not stop myself eating slice after slice of American cheese. It felt all right at the time, but my God, was I ill. To this day, I cannot touch the stuff. And I say it's not that I don't find it American cheese delicious. I do, but sadly, it's been clocked up by my immune system as a potent toxin. It is good for melting. Right, you nuclear shunter, let's get you docked, and then we'll flip this over. Dock our scientists. I don't think we're going to be docking our space plane. I think the space plane can just come near this space station, and they can bloody well get out one by one and climb in, because we've lost so much monopropellant on... We've lost so much monopropellant on the other ship after it fell apart. I don't think docking's going to be a practical thing to do. Anyway, let's get this done. Oh, God. Brake, 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 brake. Okay. Here we go. Oh, actually... have I not thought this through? I have not thought this through. Crash. Okay. All right. Bit of a panic there. Let's try backing up. Okay. And then we'll get our nose... Yay! Oh! No, that was just me getting very excited and pressing the map button. Sorry. Just sort of faked success there. Ah, there we go. Now it's docked. Okay, so Lisby Kerman, there she is. There's Kerbal's greatest monster. There she is. Her Gloucester services are getting quite popular. Okay, one more docking, I think. Where are our scientists? Where have they gone? There they are. I like Ike Lander. Great. So let's get this last docking port. Don't say wide open and willing again. Wide open and willing. Let's control from here and let's point it at the target. Okay. Quite a lot going on with this structure now. Seem to be quite a lot of stress points. You don't ask what's in the Gloucester Services house stew. I'm sure someone else is responsible. Don't know who, but it's not going to stop me continuing to make vague accusations without showing any solid evidence. Okay, there we go. Right, let's get this docked. Let's go control from here. Let's target the docking port. Okay, let's go. RCS, we've got plenty of that, have we? Yeah, we've got loads of monopropellant. Good stuff. Let's go. Oh, this is more manoeuvrable. This is more like it. This is what it's supposed to be like. Okay. Okay. That's us on target. Okay. Right. $25 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters away. Okay. So some finer. This, well, actually, let's not say anything just yet. But yes, this docking procedure does seem to be going better than the other one. Oh, he says as he neglects his duties. Okay. Is it prom night again? Who wants to see some close-up of my ports? Whoa! Don't send me to kick for this. Come on, let's see them. Let's see them bump up against each other. Whoa! Yeah, just waggle it around. It'll get in eventually. You're not a virgin now. All thanks to Twitch. Lost your virginity on Twitch to a 46-year-old man. If this ever gets read out in court, no, it doesn't mean that. What a silly question. Oh, what do you want? Come on, just bond. You know you want it. Take it. Take it. Come on. Get in there. Yep. Have we tried butter? No, there we go. That's not true. There's spit on it. Ugh. Right, there we go. That is looking like a weirdly credible space station, isn't it? Not bad. Let's take a picture. Right, let's get this plane over there and then get those scientists down on the ground. Here we go. All beef with no cheese. I don't want to live in an all beef world. Now we're at the point where that Texas guy ordered a mushroom and cheese taco, and they're calling him vegan. Vegans don't eat cheese. You can prove anything with facts. Okay, there we go. All right, so we've got another maneuver node, have we? Joy. Okie dokie, let's get this node done. Don't worry, if you're sick of docking, don't worry, we're done with that now. A woman phoned the BBC earlier and said there's going to be more docking. Don't worry, there isn't. Okay. Start the burn in... There we go. Boom. No, don't go full throttle because you know that this ship doesn't do full throttle because it's broken. Okay. Oh, I forgot how broken this ship is. I hate it. Who designed this piece of shit? Oh, and we don't have any mono propellant either, so... Ugh. Just fighting, using the electric... the electric reaction wheel to fight the instability. Ugh. So obviously the plan is to get this somehow... Oh, man. Is to get this near the space station. The scientists can all get out and fly into the cockpit. And then, well, we've got a pilot on board. So maybe that pilot can pilot us all the way down from orbit back down to the runway if he thinks he's such hot shit. Slightly aggressive attitude from Mission Control there. If he thinks he's all fucking that. Call yourself a pilot. Let's find out. Apologies for how slow this burn is. I don't need the alarm clock anymore. Let's get rid of that. Apologies for how slow this burn is. This is about as fast as this ship can go while more or less staying on course. It has been designed very, very badly. Good. I thought that would take forever. Lovely. Right, there we go. So we're now due to be near the station when here, then here. Yeah, that's there. Lovely. Right, off we go. Let's make our way there. Brilliant. So we don't have to dock. All we have to do All we have to do is get close to it. Okay, so target is... there it is, 97 kilometres away. We're going to hit it. We're going to be closest when we're at 97 kilometres. Oh, so this is as close as it's going to get. All right then. Are we heading towards it or are we heading away from it? We are heading towards it. Just at the wrong angle. Okay. So where's my prograde then? In fact, where are any of my little green icons? That way. Okay. So I want to venture south then to even that out. Okay. Let's do that. Let's fire up these shitty engines again.
Occasionally, I dost venture south.
Thank you. Okay. Really wish I'd built a better ship than this, you know. It's a disappointment to me. This broken ship, I have regrets. Take this broken ship and shove it right up your arse. Okay. I want to get out and see my ducks today. Okay, that's it. I think I've got the vector now. I think I've got it. Sorry about the lack of patter. I'm just trying to keep this horrible broken ship with no RCS assistance on around about here, sort of halfway between where the target is and where the retrograde is. It is very slowly bringing it closer to the station. But my God, it's frustrating. Sort of underpowered ship, an underpowered asymmetrical ship. I need to build a new one for next time. I'll run the adverts now. Here, have some adverts while we're waiting. There you go. In many ways, they're the lucky ones. Imagine how much fun you'd be having if you're watching adverts about now. Is Robbie Williams still selling cat food? What industries am I helping advertise at the moment? It doesn't ask me. It doesn't ask what sort of adverts I'd like. I think I was Eddie's Purple Arcade was also encouraging people to join the Navy for quite a long time. See, why am I asking you what my adverts are when you're by definition the people not watching the adverts? Right, separation 16, 15 kilometres, 14 kilometres, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, well, 8. Now it's 7, 6. Ooh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Okay. Let's get closer, shall we? Let's warp here. Okay. And can we now see it? There it is. There's the Gloucester Services ship. Let's head. It's coming towards us. It's coming right at us. It's coming right at us. Okay, let's reduce our speed. Let's face away from it. Let's push the retrograde. Push the retrograde towards the target. Easier said than done in this nightmare of a ship. Okay. Come on, help us get that trunk out. Here we go. Okay, so we're 10 kilometres away. Nine kilometres. Seriously, take this broken ship and chuck it in the sea. I'm not going to miss this. Okay. So frustrating only being able to use 25% of the thrust because any more keeps it unstable. Okay. Kicking chairs and knocking down tables. Okay. So we're only 4 kilometres away, which is good. Actually, I mean, in theory, they could get out and fly from this distance, although our relative speed is too much. If it was one Kerbal, I might even be tempted to do that, but since it's all 4 of them, I know Lisby wants to come down, but she has to remain in her prison vessel for the good of the children. Most leisurely bloody interception I've ever done. Still, it seems to be getting there. 2.2 kilometres. 2.1. 2. Oh. 1.8. Nearly there. It's been a very gentle journey. Fighting all the way to get this bloody thing on target. Still, bit of patience and a lot of hitting the W key. My finger's basically been on nose down pretty much this entire time. Constantly fighting it. Okay. .2 kilometers. 1.1. Right, let's get this on target. Okay. There we go. Down we go. Down we go. Down we go. That's it. Now we know. Now we know. Okay. There you are. Right. What do we want to do? We want to just park next to the station, don't we? We're not actually docking. We just want to get close enough that our Kerbals can hop out at their convenience. So
A blue for you, Catherine.
Blue. I said so, not sorry.
Sorry. Catherine, I'm really sorry.
I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry at all. This has been all right. You want to see what a disaster looks like? This has been relatively straightforward. Okay. So I think now's the time for me to switch our fuel around. Let's get this monkey off our back. Let's fill up our little rocket tanks with a little rocket fuel. We'll get tank number 1, tank number 2. Yep. Drain it out of this horrible bastard. There we go. And then we'll disconnect this bloody plane from this array. And we'll get those Kerbals in and we will land them. Okay. Right. Let's disconnect.
Right.
Let's disconnect this launching array, which has been damaged and asymmetrical and a complete bastard. Okay, let's go. Let's separate. Right, good riddance. Farewell. Right, we are now just controlling the space plane. Do we have any monopropellant? Not really. Okay. Are we gonna... Oh, dear. How do we get away from it? Can I sort of push it? I'll just sort of push it away. Go on, bugger off. Bugger off. Be gone. There we go. Just sort of nudge it away. Okay, what are we doing? Oh, yeah, we're facing... Let's face our destination. There you go. That's off. That's on its way out. Okay, let's face our destination. All right. In fact, let's face away from our destination. And then when we're right on top of it, we'll freeze ourselves. Okay. 360. There we go. Lovely stuff. Okay. Right.
Right.
Lisby Kerman, you are going nowhere. Do not leave this capsule. Alloy, you've been brave this whole time. I would like you to take the data from the capsule. Take data, yeah. Take that data, and I would like you to let go, not hit any solar panels, and get yourself into, oh my god, oh, it's quite complicated, isn't it? I need you to get into that space plane. Where is it? Where's the space plane? It must be around here somewhere. Where is it? Where's it gone? Where's the there it is. There it is. All right, I need you to get into that, okay? And then your colleagues can follow you. God, you're taking your time, aren't you? Okay, we really do need to move this space plane closer. Still got to land it. All right, you ready then? Here we are. Oh, could you put the brakes on, actually? That's too fast. That's too fast. What were you thinking? What were you thinking? There we go. You're all right. You're all right. Okay. Don't sit in the pilot's seat. Just sit in the back. Thank you. And you've got all that data, haven't you? Yes, lovely. Oh, we need to activate these solar panels, actually, while we're here, or that will be embarrassing. All right, ready? How do we get in, you ask? I don't know. How do we usually get in? Where's the door? Is the door being covered up by those brakes? Oh, there's the door. I see it. Yeah, I only built the thing. Can't be expected to know these details. Okay, and you get on board. Well done. All right, let's get ourselves... Can we get ourselves just a little bit closer to the bloody space station? Because... Oh, we are getting closer. All right, lovely. Who's next? Parfoot Kerman. I don't even remember. Did you come with us to Juna? I have absolutely no memory, Parfoot, of you even being with us. Clearly, you did not impress. Did not make an impression. Ballast was basically there to make sure all the calculations were right, just for the kilograms. Okay, you, come on, that's it. Off you go. Let's get you on your way to the plane. All right.
Right.
Right, you're going a bit fast. You're going a bit fast. You're going a bit fast. That's it. Slow down. Slow down. It's not a race. It's not a race. There you go. All right. Let's get you inside. Yeah, you can... well, we know that one of the doors works, so if you could use that. Oh, could you switch your light on? Fuck's sake. Thank you. Oh, right. Yeah, you just crashed into the side of my expensive plane. Thanks a lot. Oh, come on. Just get in that bloody door. There's another 2 of them to go, you know. Yeah, grab onto it. Try not to break anything. And board. Right, good. 2 more. In fact, maybe we can... Bonnie. Oh, see, I remember Bonnie. Was Bonnie the first Kerbal on Ike? Very possibly. Could you take data as well? Thank you. And can we take data from... Okay, we've got data from there, but we've got data here. Okay. Great. Let's get 2 of you travelling at the same time. There's the... Oh, the plane is getting a bit closer, actually. Fair enough. Got to hand it to it. Okay, Bonnie, I think you're going to have to actually sit in the co-pilot seat until our pilot arrives. Okay. Try not to cause any damage. Try not to cause any damage, please. Turn your light on. You're doing an EVA, love. Turn your light on. Okay. That's it. No, just don't touch anything. Grab and... Do you want to climb on board? All right. Where's this pilot then? Shelbury. Say goodbye to Lisby. You don't want to. She gives you the creeps. Absolutely fine. Look, if you just go out the airlock, what's she going to do? Call after you? She'll work out that you've gone eventually, and hopefully by that time we'll be back on the runway. Good. Leave her to it. Leave her to it. Right, so you reckon you're a pilot, do you, Shelbury? You reckon you can get this down on the runway? All right. And have you ever done that before? No. Have you ever done it in a simulator? No. First time, just reckon that you just reckon you can give it a go. All right. It's not actually.
Oh, pardon?
They're not actually passengers. They've been registered as technical crew, so a lot of the regulations have been bypassed. Hello, Darkradi. I hope you're very well. A woman.
Look, I'm under what?
Hey,
Gentlemen,
let's go through the whole lot.
Is Democracy Manifest.
Okie dokie. Let's get back to that democracy. Bonnie, Shelbury, Alloy, and
some harm comes.
Parfoot are all on board. Let's land. Now, I went too early. Ooh, pardon. Last time. So let's not do the same mistake. Let's drop into the atmosphere later on than what I reckoned before was good. Excellent command of the language there. Okay. That's looking interesting. All right. Should we try the... Let's not. Let's do this instead. Let's just properly... Why don't we enter the atmosphere with a bit more confidence? Bit more zhuzh. All right, are we ready? Are we ready? Let's control from the front. Yes, we've got almost no monopropellant. That's a shame. But we're ready to depart Gloucester Services. Gloucester Services, thank you very, very much for your services. We enjoyed the Burger King especially, but we are now going to land back at Kerbin. So thank you very much, but we're off. Okay, maybe a quick save. Take us to our node. Whee! Off we go. See you later. Cheers. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Cheers. Bye. Bye. Right. Round we come.
Right.
On our last... Well... Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. 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 Cheers. Bye.
But you've asked me to do it, so I'll do it.
Here we are. Right. We're on the day side. Here's that desert. Do you remember I said, we got to cross 2 deserts? We're going to come in at a much steeper angle now because, it was rubbish last time, wasn't it? So, what should we do? Should we start the burn in about 20 seconds, 10 seconds? There we go. Right. Let's get this pointing retro. None of my buttons are doing anything because Shelbury isn't really a pilot. He's just pretending to be one. Hey ho. Right, let's go. Let's deorbit this bugger. Here we go. Burning now. Here we go. Let's target the Space Center. Okay. Right. I'm gonna guess
Right.
that should be enough to drop us vaguely into the vicinity of the Space Centre. We might overshoot it. I'm a bit conscious that yesterday we fell well short. So this is my second attempt to get... using this puny... I'll blame the plane. Using this puny plane, it's my second attempt at landing on that runway. And I can see I have overshot it because the runway is there and we're still in space. Let's get ourselves pitched down, shall we? Let's see if we can drop. Okay, so we are now in the atmosphere on our way down and we're aiming, well, straight ahead. The runway's around here, just on the horizon. Let's see if we can get there. Shelbury is in control. Yeah, it's still looking quite spacey there. It's not really looking, oh, we're nearly ready to land. We're still very much in space. Anyway. Maybe if I slam the brakes on. There we go. So I'm just activating the air brakes to give us more resistance. Let's see what that does. So the atmosphere should start thickening up fairly soon. And we'll start seeing some heat. The runway's around about here, so let's just try and compensate. $60,000 meters. Yeah, we're going to overshoot it, so we might have to do a U-turn. Which is what you don't hear people say at NASA, is it? There we go. $55,000 meters. Oh, there it is. So there's the runway. We are sadly too high. So let's point in the opposite direction and fire. Let's try and get ourselves down on the ground. So I'm currently firing retro. There it is. I can literally see the runway. There it is, right there. Let's try and, in fact, there you go. Let's try and get ourselves in on that action. Okay. So we're heading backwards. Unconventional, and we're starting to burn up. Okay. Now, do I want us to... flip round? I think I might, you know. I think I might. We are going over the runway very soon. I'm sure you can see it. There it is there. So we don't want to be up here. We want to be down there. What can we do about that? Well, I'll finish with this rocket fuel anyway. It'll make us lighter if nothing else. We are now flying over the runway, so we're no longer going to be landing west to east. We will be landing east to west, because we have to. So we've passed the runway, just lining us up for our descent. Flying arse first into the atmosphere. What could go wrong? Right, that's our rockets gone. So let's switch. Oh, I'm not sure it's designed for this. Let's switch it back to prograde and see what's next. So what I'd like to do is get this down in the atmosphere, take these brakes off, and then land. So let's try and drop. Let's drop so that our jet engines kick in. Yeah, it's quite a worrying angle of attack, isn't it? I'm sticking with it. I'm sticking with it. I've got faith in this. How does this look out the window? Just sea and fire. Okay. I'm going to try and pull out of this dive now because I think it is getting too fast. Okay. Let's just take the speed down a bit. Okay. I think we're pretty much at a decent speed. I might try and bring the nose around now. So let's try this. Ooh, okay, it doesn't want to do that. It really... Okay, that was terrible. We're now... Oh, God, we're in a spin. We're in a spin. Okay, compensate, 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 compensate. All right, bad move. Why did I do that? All right, we're in a dive with our brakes out. Probably get rid of the brakes. Turn the brakes off. Right, we are in a dive. We are in a dive. I'm not able to control it particularly well. All right, we're now upside down and out of control. I'm trying to roll it. No, we've just basically got nothing here. All right. Oh. Shite. Just stabilise. Just, okay. Go with what you want. What do you want to do? You want to do that? Okay. Fine. I want to turn around. So let's try and head back to the space centre. How far away is it? Oh, God, it is quite far away. Oh, and we've still lost stability. Okay. Oh, here come the engines. We're now low enough that the jet engines should hopefully start kicking in. I'm still trying to fight. I'm still trying to cancel out the momentum we got from that orbit. Okay. Come on, let's get this turned round. Roll it on its side and pull the nose up. That's it. Good. Nearly there. Come on. Nose up. That's it. Okay, and we want to go due west. That's it. That's where we're going. Due... Oh. Okay, how much vomit is there currently splattering around these cockpits? I'm going to say a lot. None of them are smiling. No. We're running out of height here, aren't we? This is getting... Come on. That's it. Now you can pull out of this dive. We are running out of altitude. Please pull out of this dive. That's it. I think we might be all right. If we can survive this dive. That's it. Get that nose up. This does have braking parachutes for the runway. Also, they do double as we're all going to die parachutes. Obviously, they can be used in an emergency. Okay, good. We are on our way. Now, how long is it going to actually take us to fly back to the runway? Because I ditched this before, and this is a very underpowered craft. Right. Well, we're heading due west. in a nice, stable configuration. It was not the smoothest of re-entries, and obviously I massively overshot it because I massively undershot it last time and have learned nothing. But here we are, flying... What's that? About 20,000 feet. Taking them home. Right.
Right.
Oh, we're right in the middle of... We're right in the middle of that sea, are we? Going very, very slowly. Okay. Looks like we're in for the duration. Yeah, it's not the most speedy of planes. I was just, can I have some time to collect my thoughts? That was me just catching up on my text messages while the plane flies. God, it really hasn't made much progress, has it? These engines are shite. Or I should have just had... Maybe I should have put more engines on it. This is just basically a normal plane ride. Can I be asked of landing this, or do we just ditch it again? How much progress is this even making? Almost none. I mean, that's not moving, is it? To all intents and purposes, that's not moving. I might have to ditch this. Oh, there's an airfield here. Has that got a runway on it, I wonder? It's slightly closer. This reckon that has this given us a rendezvous? Pretty much committed to the bit now, aren't I? Maybe if it went higher it would go faster. Or maybe not. I wonder if it's got enough fuel. Well, there are more mountains on the horizon than they were. I said I was going to finish this at 2. So bad at planning how long these missions take, aren't I? Still, I'm not going to ditch it now. I've waited this long. Might as well land it. You all right? How are things going? How's John? Man, you doing all right? Not Peter Mandelson. Oh, look. Only 97 kilometres to go. Oh, no, that's going to make it feel... That's going to make it feel much further away if I've got an actual distance. Okay. 96 kilometres. Oh, my God. Could probably watch an episode of sitting in the corner banging his head on the wall. Could probably watch a whole Deal or No Deal in the time it's going to take us to fly back. Mind you, 94 kilometres. Those two just flew by, didn't they? Hey, no sooner have I finished saying that sentence. Yeah, that'll pass the time. 93 kilometres now. And I missed the 92. We're already on 91.
Anthony, people will always need plates.
Hey, 90 kilometres, that's history. We're into the 80s now.
Just eat the damn oranges!
I've told you, I'm committed to the bit now. I should, if I was going to ditch, I should have ditched 10 minutes ago and got it and got it done with. You know, 10 minutes ago I should have said.
But I ain't spending any time on it.
But sadly, now it's in sight.
Good.
I am going to spend some time on it. I'm not showing you of anything. Get inside the car.
Look, I'm under what? Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Take a look at this bloke here. How are we doing? 83. Should I do it? Hey! This is what I should have done. Should have ditched. Should have done a Max Zorin. What have I done?
You do think, Christ, what have I done? At times you think, Christ, what have I done?
I wonder if anyone else has got any opinions.
I have no strong feelings one way or the other.
We do have fun on this channel, don't we? We do like to have fun. Hey, look, it's only 79 kilometres away. Can we land before the next ad break in 19 minutes? Really need to get these orbital insertions nailed down a bit firmer. This is not more efficient than just the standard option. Let's have a look. Who else have we got in here? Is that Jeb? I think this might be... Oh no, it's not Jeb at all, is it? Is this the pilot? Is this the guy who's supposed to be piloting it? A fatal KOS. What does that say? A fatal exception has occurred that the current application will be terminated. Press Control-Alt-Delete again to restart your computer. God, they've even got Control-Alt-Delete on Kerbin. It's a universal concept like meatballs or vampires. Hey, 70 kilometres. Remember when it was 90? Yeah, a long time ago, wasn't it? Nice. The nice distance. There we go. Well, I mean, they are they're very fuel efficient, these engines. You know, you've got to hand it to them. They are, fuel is not a worry. I mean, we can see why. Not exactly setting new records here. 6, 7. I've still got Charles Hawtrey going 6, 7 on my drive somewhere. I found it about 4 weeks after Keir Starmer had done it, thus killing the meme. Even my kids got sick of it. Although I did keep on telling my kids to stop saying 6, 7 after the Prime Minister did it. I said, if the Prime Minister is using your patter and you're a kid, that patter is dead. I have just... I don't want to upset you, but I've just had a sudden image in my head. Do you remember... Oh, dear God. Do you remember when David Cameron and Boris Johnson both danced to Gangnam Style together? I don't think I've thought of that for about 12 or 13 years, but it's just popped back into my head. And this was before TikTok as well, so there really was no excuse. Right, how are we doing? Are we getting there? Oh, 57. 57, 57. Oh, we've got a science dividend at the end of this. That's something. Stay tuned for the science dividend. We can see what we can build tomorrow. Perpetual, relentless growth. I don't ever want to use this plane again. This needs to be put in a museum. I don't ever want to fly this again. Too many very, very dull memories. 50 kilometres. 50 kilometres to go. Plus, this purple bit's annoyed me. We need to sort that out. You reckon you can land this then, Shelbury? Because I tell you what, if you crash it, that is going to be the biggest waste of 11 people's time that I can imagine. Oh, look, you can see the buildings. Look how tiny and far off those buildings are. So what you want to do, Shelbury, you want to avoid those, okay? You want to aim for the long, concretey thing with the stripes painted on it. And do try and avoid the buildings. 45 kilometres to go. How are we doing on fuel? Are you taking the piss? I could probably fly around the world again on this fuel. Absolutely hateful engines. I wish I'd never installed them. Right, should we think about pointing our nose down? Here we go. Let's get this firmly on here just for the boom. You may very well not be disappointed. Okay. 40 kilometres to go. Didn't I just say that a moment ago? 39 now anyway, so take that. Right, I think we need to adjust our trajectory very slightly. Get us lined up on the runway. 37. That's still too slow, isn't it? And you're absolutely confident you can land this, even though you've never done it before. Could you tell me, what does that button do? You don't know. What does that dial mean? You don't know. And do you know how to fix that computer? No. Does anyone else know how to land a plane? Or are we all just going on enthusiasm? How long is it now then? 32. Oh, man. Imagine if it blew up now. I just wanted to say that we'd landed on a runway from orbit. I thought it would be an exciting end to the stream. I had no idea. I really did have no idea. Okay, so we are 29 kilometres away. Ooh! Well, they all seem happy, don't they? All right, 26 kilometres. I like why I said that with quite a lot of conviction, like it was in any way significant. We are now at 25 kilometres. 25. Do a barrel roll. Whee! Kaboom! There we go. And as we know, we can't... Shall I do one the other way? Woohoo! There we go. We like to have fun. Obviously, the vomit that was stuck to the walls has now become unstuck. A quick loop. Can't do a loop. If I do that, it'll probably bloody crash. I would show off. If this was our test flight, I would show off and do a loop-the-loop. But I happen to know that this is terrible at loop-the-loops. And at this altitude, at this proximity, I might crash. Which would be funny, but except for the fact that the last 20 minutes... we'll give them another barrel roll. The last 20 minutes really would have been a complete waste of time. So let's not. Should we do a barrel roll in the cockpit? Woohoo! Whee! There we go. Good. Right. I could try and land it from the cockpit, but that will probably be a mistake. Oh, God. Okay. So we can see the runway. 15 kilometres to go. Right. Should we start going down?
Oh, pardon?
Occasionally, I dost venture south.
A double partridge there. All right, 13 kilometres. Here we go. Right, I've got the emergency parachutes on hold. Let's get down. All right, 11 kilometres. All right, things are getting a bit real now. Oh, we are going fast, aren't we? 10 kilometres. 9. Let's cut the engines. 8 kilometres. We're a little bit off target. 7 kilometres. Still gliding in. Still no engines. Let's turn SAS off. SAS isn't helping. 6 kilometres. Are we losing height a bit too much? Mustn't forget to get the gear out as well. That's always useful. 5 kilometres. All right. Properly heading down now. We are at a funny angle. I'd rather not be at this angle. Can we compensate? All right. Activate the engines again because we're losing a bit too much speed and height. I've got the engines at half power as we come in, still at this annoying angle. All right, deploy the landing gear. Landing gear is coming down. increase the engine power. We're quite unstable now. Okay. Okay. This isn't great. Okay. Okay. Keep your nose up. Keep your nose up. All right. Let's get this sucker on the ground. Keep the engines at this power, I think. We can always use the parachutes to compensate. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Now cut the engines and bring it down. Bring it down. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. And flare. Flare. Nose up. Nose up. Nose up. Nose up. Nose up. Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. Bring it down. Oh! Brake, 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 brake. Unconventional. Unconventional. All right, hit the parachutes. Christ, hit the parachutes. Ah! Yee! All right, we're off. We've taken off. We've taken off again. And we're down. Well, that counts. That counts. Hesitant cheering. That's fine. Look, we've parked it. We parked it. Lovely. Look, right outside. Look, we can wheel that in. Thank you. No notes. Yeah, runways are an advisory. They're advisory markings anyway, aren't they? They're not meant to be taken. Not meant to be taken seriously. Wonderful. Let's cut these parachutes off. Thank you. Let's roll this. Should we roll this up to the building? There we go. Let's get this parked outside and take a picture. Cut the engines, hit the brakes. Lovely. All right, Shelby. Got to hand it to you, Shelby. You did a perfectly adequate job. I'd say a solid... Oh, Christ, that looked like it hurt. Oh, you all right? Not looking great. Is that vomit? I think that might be a helmet filled with vomit. Let's just leave Shelby there. Shelby's clearly going through a lot. Let's get Bonnie, shall we? And then we'll have Bonnie posing for a picture. Oh, yeah, just let go. Doesn't really matter anymore, does it? Smash. There we go. But she's all right. She can get back up. You leave him there. Yeah, you might want to put him in the recovery position. No, you're just going to leave him on his back. Okay. That's understandable. Oh, actually, that's quite a nice picture itself, isn't it? There we go. There we go. Mission successful. There he is, just sliding gently along the floor. Brilliant. Right, let's get you recovered. Oh. Good. Let's get... Where are they? They're literally here. Let's get Shelby recovered. Thank you. And where's the plane? We should be able to see it, actually. There it is. Let's get the plane recovered. Recover. And that has got... How much science? 1,243 science points. And we will have more coming in from the moon. But for now, that hopefully means heavy landing. No. Aerodynamics. Big space plane tail fin. No. Hypersonic flight. That's it. Hypersonic flight. The Rapier engine. Oh, that's all right. What do we need? We need another 400 for the Rapier engine. Rapier than your average engine. Let's just quickly go to my moon base and transmit as much science as we can. Membry, isn't it, orbiting the moon? Let's see how much science these Mr. Scientist has cooked up while we've been away. Good. Roaring, Sigbro and Bob. Oh, I didn't look at the experience that the scientists got. Presumably they got quite a bit. Data, 14. What? Oh, is that sort of calculating it, is it? Oh, okay, yeah. Transmit that science. Not as much as I hoped, I see. And can you transmit that science as well? Okay, good. We'll just speed that up, presumably. Come on, hurry up. There we go. Is that all the science transmitted? Pretty much. Lovely. Let's go back to the Space Centre. And let's see if we can unlock those Rapier engines. Because they're the ones we need to make a actual, honest-to-goodness space plane that starts off horizontally and ends horizontally without any rocket power required. Okay. Research and... Oh, actually, how are our astronauts doing? Oh, lovely. They've got loads of experience. Even... Oh, Bastard Bacon and Titop have got a little bit of experience. Aloli, Parfoot, Shelbury, Bonnie, they are all now 3-star Kerbals. Very, very nice. 1287. I bet that's not enough. Oh, it is enough. All right. Good. Got the Rapier engines then. And experimental aerodynamics. Well, we can worry about that at another time, can't we? 550. That's fine. Lovely. Okay. Well, that is all of our missions complete. Mission 1, 2 and 3. We now have no outstanding missions. So tomorrow... let's set a couple more up. We've got a space plane to build. I want a plane that can take off, orbit, and dock again without any other docking, without any other assistance. It can get up into space, achieve an orbit, deorbit, and land again. That's the goal for that. And I guess we should start exploring some other planets. What's Elu doing? Elu's a bit audacious. Let's have a look. Right, Elu, which is the Pluto equivalent, is currently very far away. But, of course, we've been to Moho. We've investigated the Mohole. We do have to go to Eve and Gilly at some point. Sending some astronauts to Gilly for a jump around will be lovely and scientific. And we do also need to drop off a satellite at Eve as well. There's Boring Dres. I can't be bothered, but we've got Boring Dres. And then, of course, we have the Joule system, which is, there we go, you can see, it is the Jupiter planet. And it has 5 moons. And one of them, the innermost one, Lathe, has an oxygen atmosphere. You can set up a fully helmet-off colony on Lathe. If we're going to go to Joule, what I want to do with that is to send 6 satellites first. Send 6 satellites and then enter the Joule system and get a satellite orbiting each one of these moons, sending back science. So a science mission, maybe that's what we'll do then. A science mission to Joule to deploy the satellites, and maybe a manned mission to Gilly in the Eve system. Great. Well, we'll set those up tomorrow. I mean, it's too late now. It's too late to do something about this now, but clearly that shouldn't be saying takeoff. Clearly that should be saying... But there we go. Brilliant. Thank you very, very much for another long one again. And I didn't have my walk, did I? Fat prick. Good. Right. Thank you very, very much for joining me again. I'm back at 10 o'clock tomorrow for Friday already. Friday, my life is accelerating towards its end. Lovely. Great final words for the stream there. Brilliant. Thank you very, very much for today. I massively appreciate it. If you haven't followed or subscribed, consider doing that. That would be lovely. But it's not GMT because France is on. I really do have to change that to UK. Anyway, I'm back 10 o'clock tomorrow, UK time, for Friday. And more Kerbal Space Programme. And maybe Noel. We'll see. Thank you all very, very much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Have a very peaceful evening. And, hopefully see you all tomorrow. Lovely stuff. See you later. Thank you very, very much.